The moment always begins the same way. A quiet scrape of metal against stone. Dust lifting into the air after thousands of years of silence. A shadow where no shadow should be. Somewhere beneath the ground we walk on every day, something waits, unchanged, unseen, and profoundly indifferent to how much time has passed above it. Now imagine this: what if the next discovery doesn't just add a footnote to history, but tears an entire chapter out? What if something buried long before written language, long before cities, long before what we call civilization, suddenly proves that our timeline is wrong, not slightly wrong, but catastrophically wrong? This is not speculation. This is not fantasy. This is the uncomfortable reality archaeologists quietly face every time they uncover something that shouldn't exist. Because beneath the ruins, beneath the sand, beneath the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and where we came from, there is a growing body of evidence suggesting that human history is not a straight line of progress, but a broken circle. And some of the pieces don't fit at all. For generations, we've been taught a simple story. Humans were primitive. Then slowly, carefully, we learned to farm, to build, to write, to calculate the heavens. Civilization, we're told, is young, fragile, recent, and entirely understood. The textbooks feel confident. The timelines feel clean. The dates feel final. But archaeology doesn't work in classrooms. It works in silence. In remote deserts. On wind-cut plateaus. At the bottom of oceans where sunlight hasn't reached in 10,000 years. And every so often, it uncovers something that refuses to behave. A structure too old. A machine too advanced. A map that knows too much. At first, these discoveries are treated like mistakes, misreadings, contamination, coincidence. Instruments are recalibrated. Samples are retested. Papers are quietly shelved. Because the alternative is far more disturbing. The alternative is that someone was here before us, or before the version of us we think we know. Consider the weight of that idea for a moment. If advanced knowledge existed deep in prehistory, then it didn't simply vanish, it was erased. And erasure on that scale doesn't happen gently. It happens through catastrophe. Through collapse. Through forces powerful enough to reset the world and leave only fragments behind. Fragments like massive stone temples built by people who supposedly hadn't invented agriculture yet. Fragments like precision-cut blocks weighing hundreds of tons, moved without cranes, wheels, or iron tools. Fragments like astronomical knowledge encoded in stone by cultures that, according to accepted history, shouldn't have known what they were measuring. Each fragment on its own can be dismissed. But taken together, they form a pattern, and patterns are dangerous things. Patterns demand explanation. This is where the discomfort begins. Because science, by its nature, seeks order. Archaeology builds frameworks, chronologies, cultural progressions, technological ladders. And for the most part, those frameworks work. But every framework has weak points. Stress it enough, and cracks appear. What happens when a discovery doesn't just crack the framework, but threatens to bring the whole structure down? There is an unspoken tension in archaeology, rarely discussed outside academic circles. On one side is curiosity, the drive to follow evidence wherever it leads. On the other is stability, the need for a coherent story of human development. When the two collide, curiosity does not always win. This is not a conspiracy. It's human nature. Careers are built on established timelines. Entire fields rest on agreed assumptions. To overturn them is not just to challenge ideas, but to challenge identities. And so, when something doesn't fit, the instinct is often to make it fit, or to quietly set it aside. Yet the ground keeps speaking. Across the world, discoveries continue to surface that feel out of place. They whisper of forgotten builders, lost knowledge, and civilizations that may have risen and fallen long before the first lines of recorded history were ever carved into clay. Some of these discoveries are famous. Others are obscure, known only to specialists. But they all share one thing in common: they leave scientists arguing not over what was found, but over what it means. And meaning is where things get dangerous. Because meaning forces us to ask questions we're not comfortable answering. What if humanity has been here longer than we think? What if we've reached advanced stages before, and lost them? What if our current civilization is not the first experiment, but the latest attempt? These questions don't just challenge archaeology. They challenge our sense of progress. Our belief that we are exceptional. That we are smarter, more advanced, more enlightened than anything that came before us. But stone doesn't lie. And neither does math. When ancient structures align with celestial events thousands of years in the future, or the past, intention is hard to deny. When tools exhibit precision that rivals modern engineering, coincidence becomes unlikely. The deeper researchers dig, the more they encounter silence instead of answers. No inscriptions explaining how. No records describing who. No myths that cleanly map onto what's been found. Just stone, metal, geometry, and questions. And perhaps that's the most unsettling part. Not that ancient people were capable of more than we assumed, but that they may have understood something we've forgotten. Something about cycles. Something about time. Something about how civilizations rise and fall. Throughout history, cultures across the globe have told stories of great destructions. Floods. Fire from the sky. Days when the world ended and began again. For centuries, these were dismissed as metaphor or exaggeration. But archaeology is beginning to suggest that myth and memory may not be so easily separated. When sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age, entire coastlines vanished. Cities, if they existed, would now lie underwater. When climates shifted abruptly, societies would have collapsed in ways that leave little trace. Survival, not record-keeping, would have been the priority. What if the past didn't disappear because it was primitive, but because it was fragile? And what if we're more like them than we'd like to admit? This is why these discoveries matter. Not because they promise easy answers, but because they force us to confront uncertainty. They remind us that history is not a finished book, it's a draft, constantly rewritten by whatever survives long enough to be found. What you're about to explore is not a collection of solved mysteries. It's a journey through unanswered questions. Through artifacts and sites that continue to confuse, divide, and challenge some of the brightest minds studying our past. Some of what you'll hear is accepted science pushed to its limits. Some of it lives in uncomfortable gray zones, where evidence exists, but explanations do not fully satisfy. And some of it may leave you feeling that the past is far stranger than we've been taught. But one thing is certain. The ground beneath our feet remembers things we've forgotten. And as more of it is uncovered, the story of human history is becoming less certain, less linear, and far more mysterious than we ever imagined. The silence beneath the stones is breaking. And once it does, it doesn't whisper, it echoes. History likes to behave. At least, that's how we prefer to imagine it. Neatly ordered. Predictable. A clean sequence of cause and effect stretching from primitive beginnings to modern complexity. In this version of the past, every development makes sense, every innovation arrives right on time, and nothing appears before it's supposed to. But real history, especially the kind pulled from the ground, rarely cooperates. Archaeology is supposed to confirm what we already know. Instead, it often does the opposite. It introduces interruptions. Awkward pauses. Artifacts that seem to arrive too early or linger too long. Discoveries that force researchers to stop, step back, and ask an uncomfortable question: why doesn't this fit? Most people never hear about those moments. They happen far from museums and documentaries, in dusty trenches and dimly lit laboratories. A carbon date that comes back wrong. A tool that's too refined for its context. A structure whose scale doesn't match the culture attributed to it. At first, these inconsistencies are treated like static noise in an otherwise clear signal. But sometimes the noise gets louder. The problem is not that archaeologists don't expect surprises. They do. The problem is that certain surprises threaten the underlying structure of how history is organized. Archaeology relies on frameworks, periods, cultures, transitions. These frameworks are incredibly useful, but they're also rigid. And when something appears that doesn't align with them, the reaction is rarely immediate acceptance. Instead, history is encouraged to behave. If an artifact is too advanced, it must be intrusive. If a date is too early, the sample must be contaminated. If a site challenges established narratives, it must be reinterpreted until it doesn't. Again, this isn't corruption. It's caution. But caution has a cost. Over time, a pattern emerges. Discoveries that fit are amplified. Discoveries that don't are isolated, debated endlessly, or quietly set aside. They become academic orphans, known, but not adopted into the official story. And yet, these are often the most important discoveries of all. Because history doesn't move forward in smooth, uninterrupted lines. It moves in fits and starts. It stumbles. It collapses. Entire cultures disappear, taking their knowledge with them. When archaeologists say there is no evidence for something, what they often mean is that no evidence survived, or that what did survive hasn't been recognized for what it is. This creates a dangerous illusion, that absence of evidence is evidence of absence. Nowhere is this illusion more powerful than in our understanding of early human development. According to the conventional timeline, complex civilization is a recent achievement. Agriculture appears, populations grow, specialization follows, monumental architecture emerges, writing is invented. It's a ladder, and each rung is supposed to come in order. But what happens when you find a rung out of place? What happens when monumental architecture appears before farming? When sophisticated planning exists without evidence of centralized authority? When engineering solutions appear without an apparent technological buildup? These are not hypothetical questions. They are real problems faced by archaeologists today. And they are deeply unsettling. Because once you accept that the ladder might be incomplete, or worse, inaccurate, you're forced to consider alternatives. Maybe history isn't a straight climb upward. Maybe it's a series of peaks and valleys. Maybe knowledge can be lost as easily as it's gained. Modern society assumes progress is permanent. The ancient world may not have shared that assumption. In fact, many ancient cultures seemed obsessed with cycles, ages that rise, fall, and rise again. For a long time, scholars dismissed this as mythological thinking. But archaeology is beginning to suggest that these stories may reflect lived experience rather than imagination. Consider how fragile civilization really is. Take away stable climate, predictable seasons, or access to resources, and complex societies unravel quickly. Libraries burn. Cities are abandoned. Skills that once seemed essential vanish in a generation. Without continuity, even advanced knowledge can disappear almost without a trace. And if that happened once, it could have happened before. This is why certain archaeological discoveries cause such discomfort. They hint at capabilities that seem to come from nowhere and vanish just as mysteriously. They don't align with gradual development. They appear fully formed, like echoes from a forgotten experiment in civilization. Faced with this, historians often attempt to force coherence. They stretch cultural timelines. They redefine terms like advanced. They focus on what a society lacked rather than what it achieved. These strategies help preserve the larger narrative, but they don't resolve the underlying contradiction. At some point, explanation becomes rationalization. And this is where history starts to feel less like an objective record and more like a negotiation. What's particularly striking is how often these troubling discoveries are found at the edges, geographical, cultural or temporal edges. Remote regions. Transitional periods. Marginalized cultures. Places and times where the historical record is already thin. It's as if the past is leaking through the cracks. Take the earliest known constructions on Earth. Massive stone enclosures built with precision, purpose, and symbolic depth. According to the old model, they shouldn't exist. There shouldn't have been enough people, enough organization, or enough motivation to build them. And yet they stand there anyway, carved into bedrock, waiting patiently for someone to explain them. Or consider ancient tools that demonstrate an understanding of materials that modern experiments struggle to replicate. They don't just work, they work elegantly. With efficiency. With intention. These are not accidents. They are the result of trial, error, and accumulated knowledge. Knowledge that came from somewhere. The real issue, then, isn't whether ancient people were capable. It's whether we've underestimated them, and overestimated our understanding. Once you admit that possibility, the past becomes far more complex. Instead of a simple progression, it looks like a tangled web of cultures influencing one another across time and space, sometimes building upon lost foundations we barely recognize. This complexity is uncomfortable because it resists simplification. It doesn't fit into neat diagrams or textbook chapters. It forces us to sit with uncertainty. And uncertainty is not something modern narratives handle well. We crave conclusions. We want history to feel settled. But archaeology keeps reminding us that it isn't. Every excavation is an argument with the ground. Every artifact is a question disguised as an answer. There is also a deeper psychological resistance at play. If we accept that advanced knowledge existed in the distant past and was lost, then we must confront our own vulnerability. We must accept that our achievements are not guaranteed to endure. That future archaeologists, if they exist, may one day puzzle over fragments of our world, unable to reconstruct the whole. That idea is deeply unsettling. So instead, we cling to progress as a one-way journey. We treat ancient people as stepping stones rather than peers. We assume ignorance where there may have been insight, and superstition where there may have been science expressed in a different language. This doesn't mean every anomaly points to a lost golden age. Many are genuinely explainable. Some are misinterpretations. Skepticism is essential. But skepticism should cut both ways. It should question extraordinary claims, but also overly convenient explanations. It should remain open to the possibility that our models are incomplete, rather than assuming reality must conform to them. Because when history refuses to behave, the problem may not be history. It may be us. The past doesn't owe us clarity. It doesn't exist to reinforce our assumptions. It exists as it was, complex, chaotic, and often poorly preserved. And as we move forward into the discoveries ahead, one thing becomes increasingly clear: the most dangerous question in archaeology is not, what if this is wrong? It's, what if this is right? Because if even a fraction of these anomalies reflect a deeper truth, then human history is far older, far stranger, and far more fragile than we've ever been taught. And once that door opens, it doesn't close quietly. Beneath the dry Anatolian plains, hidden under layers of soil untouched for millennia, lies a site that has rewritten everything archaeologists thought they knew about the dawn of civilization. It is a place where stone circles predate written language, where monumental structures rise in deliberate complexity long before humans were thought capable of such feats. This is Göbekli Tepe, a name that has become synonymous with mystery, defiance of chronology, and the unsettling realization that human history is far older and stranger than textbooks suggest. When it was first uncovered, the site seemed almost impossible. Archaeologists expected to find simple shelters or temporary encampments, remnants of hunter-gatherers eking out a living on the edges of prehistory. Instead, they discovered massive T-shaped pillars, some carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols, arranged in precise circles. Each pillar weighs several tons, each carving executed with a skill that challenges our understanding of tool use and artistic development at the time. How could a society that had not yet developed agriculture summon the manpower, organization, and knowledge to create such architecture? Göbekli Tepe forces a confrontation with assumptions long held sacred. The traditional narrative states that humans first settled, learned to farm, then built monumental structures. Göbekli Tepe inverts that sequence. Here, there is no evidence of permanent agricultural settlements, yet the site demonstrates a level of social coordination and technical capability that suggests an organized community. It implies that humans may have been capable of complex societal cooperation long before the domestication of plants and animals, perhaps even using the need to construct and maintain sacred sites as a catalyst for agricultural innovation rather than the other way around. The carvings themselves deepen the enigma. Serpents, foxes, vultures, boars, and other animals are meticulously etched into the stone, each image likely carrying symbolic or spiritual meaning lost to time. Some researchers suggest these depictions are part of a cosmological system, perhaps an early attempt to understand cycles of life, death, and the natural world. Others speculate the animals represent totems or clan symbols, hinting at social structures sophisticated enough to require ritualized coordination. Yet there are no written records to guide interpretation, no myths preserved in later traditions that can definitively explain the intent behind these monumental artworks. Each pillar is both a statement and a question, a silent witness to knowledge that seems just out of reach. Equally perplexing is the scale of the construction. Some of the largest stones weigh upwards of 20 tons. Transporting such masses over uneven terrain with tools presumed available to hunter-gatherers is a feat modern engineers still marvel at. Evidence suggests that these structures were not haphazardly assembled but carefully designed, their spatial arrangement likely serving ceremonial or astronomical functions. The precision implies advanced planning and coordination, the work of a community with a shared vision and a high degree of organization. It challenges the assumption that monumental architecture is inherently a product of sedentary, agriculturally based societies. What is perhaps most unsettling about Göbekli Tepe is its deliberate burial. Archaeologists found that after centuries of use, the site was intentionally covered with earth, stones, and debris. The reasons for this act are unknown, but the very fact that such a significant site was buried, carefully, systematically, and without obvious practical necessity, suggests a complex understanding of symbolism, ritual closure, or cultural memory. Humans buried it not to hide it from the world, but perhaps to preserve it, to mark the end of an era, or to ensure its sacredness remained untarnished. The act itself raises questions about how early societies related to their past and what knowledge they sought to protect, even at the cost of being lost to future generations. Göbekli Tepe is also a lens through which we can examine the broader evolution of human cognition. The craftsmanship evident in the pillars, the abstract symbolism, and the architectural sophistication all imply a capacity for abstract thought, planning, and collective purpose far earlier than previously accepted. The site is not merely a place of worship or gathering, it is evidence of intellectual and cultural capabilities that force us to reconsider the mental landscapes of our ancestors. It suggests that complex thought, social cohesion, and symbolic communication may have been foundational to human development rather than byproducts of settled life and agriculture. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe has rippled through the archaeological community, igniting debates that are still unresolved. Traditionalists struggle to incorporate it into linear models of progress. Revisionists argue that it demands a radical re-evaluation of human prehistory. Its very existence challenges the neat categories of hunter-gatherer and civilized, exposing the limitations of frameworks built on assumptions rather than evidence. It is a reminder that history is not a straight ladder but a landscape of peaks, valleys, and hidden complexities. Moreover, the site's implications extend far beyond archaeology. If humans could organize large-scale projects without agriculture, what else might they have achieved that we do not yet know? What knowledge, technology, or cultural sophistication might have existed in other forgotten centers around the world, erased by time and disaster? Göbekli Tepe suggests that we may only be glimpsing fragments of a far more intricate human story, a story in which knowledge rises and falls, leaving tantalizing echoes for modern researchers to piece together. Even the environment around Göbekli Tepe adds to the enigma. The climate and landscape would have required significant adaptation and understanding to support a site of this scale. Early humans would have needed not only social cohesion but also ecological awareness, logistical planning, and labor organization, abilities that imply foresight, strategy, and shared vision. These are not the marks of improvisation, they are the hallmarks of intentionality and design, executed by people whose sophistication we are only beginning to recognize. The more archaeologists uncover, the more questions arise. How was knowledge transmitted across generations in a culture without writing? What religious or societal motivations drove such monumental labor? Were similar sites widespread and subsequently lost to time, or was Göbekli Tepe a singular experiment in human ingenuity? Every excavation uncovers new evidence, post holes, stone tools, animal bones, but instead of resolving the mystery, each piece deepens it. Göbekli Tepe stands as a monument not only to the ingenuity of our ancestors but to the limits of our own understanding. It forces a confrontation with the possibility that civilization did not emerge in a straightforward, predictable manner. Instead, it suggests that humans may have experimented with complexity, spirituality, and social cohesion long before we thought possible, and that these experiments could rise and fall independently of agriculture, technology, or written records. In the end, Göbekli Tepe is both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. It is a reminder that the past is not fully known, that our narratives are provisional, and that the human story is far richer, and far stranger, than we have dared to imagine. Its stones do not speak in words we can understand, yet they communicate something profound, that humanity's capacity for innovation, organization, and symbolism has deep roots, buried beneath the sands, waiting for those willing to confront the uncomfortable truths that challenge everything we think we know about ourselves. The site does not offer easy answers. It does not submit to timelines or categories. It defies expectation at every turn. And that is precisely why it matters. Göbekli Tepe is not just an archaeological site, it is a mirror reflecting the uncertainty, resilience, and ingenuity of our species, a silent testament that the story of human civilization is far older, far more intricate, and far more mysterious than any of us could have imagined. Across the ancient world, there are structures and artifacts that speak with an eerie consistency, as though whispering across millennia. They are the creations of unknown hands, the work of builders whose names have been lost, whose stories were never written, and whose civilizations vanished without a trace. These builders left no direct records, yet their legacy is unmistakable, monuments that defy explanation, tools that suggest knowledge beyond their supposed era, and art that hints at belief systems both sophisticated and enigmatic. They challenge everything we think we know about the people who walked the earth long before recorded history, forcing us to consider that there were humans who achieved extraordinary feats while leaving no conventional mark behind. The first unsettling fact about these unknown builders is how widespread their influence seems to be. From the massive stone circles of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey to the submerged ruins off the coast of Japan, there are constructions that suggest advanced engineering and deliberate design. Their methods appear remarkably consistent across time and geography: large, precisely cut stones fitted together without mortar, alignments that suggest astronomical understanding, and carvings that convey symbolism far beyond utilitarian purpose. What is particularly perplexing is that these constructions predate the cultures we usually credit with such sophistication, implying that knowledge may have existed in multiple locations before it was rediscovered in the known civilizations of history. Consider the megaliths of South America, particularly in regions like Pumapunku and Tiwanaku. The precision of the stonework is staggering. Large blocks are cut with smooth, perfectly flat surfaces, some interlocking like enormous jigsaw pieces with tolerances finer than modern engineering can easily achieve without advanced tools. The stones themselves weigh tens, sometimes hundreds, of tons, yet there is no evidence of the wheels, cranes, or machinery that would make moving and shaping such blocks plausible according to the accepted timeline of technological development. How these builders accomplished such feats remains an open question, and the absence of explanatory records makes it almost impossible to piece together a conventional narrative. Even in Europe, mysteries persist. The megalithic structures scattered across the British Isles, France, and the Mediterranean suggest communities capable of organizing labor on an immense scale, with cultural and ritualistic sophistication that cannot be easily quantified. Some of these constructions, like the alignment of stones at Karnak or the precise orientation of dolmens to solar and lunar cycles, indicate not only engineering skill but also a complex understanding of astronomy and cosmology. Once again, the names and stories of the builders are lost, leaving only the evidence of their work and the tantalizing question of why they disappeared. The challenge is not only in what these builders created, but also in what they left out. Unlike later civilizations, which left inscriptions, artwork, and material culture that provides context, many of these ancient sites offer little explanation beyond their physical presence. The T-shaped pillars of Göbekli Tepe, the intricate stonework of Puma Punku, and the submerged formations off Yonaguni Island all provide hints of ritual, social organization, or purpose, yet none yield a straightforward narrative. The absence of explanatory documentation forces archaeologists to infer intent from structure alone, making interpretation highly speculative and often controversial. What makes these unknown builders so compelling, and so disquieting, is the implication that entire bodies of knowledge may have been lost. When a civilization disappears without leaving written records, it is not just the people who vanish, it is their understanding of mathematics, engineering, astronomy, and social organization. We are left with fragments, often monumental, that hint at intellectual and cultural sophistication we can only attempt to reverse engineer. The very existence of these structures suggests that the foundations of human progress are not as linear or cumulative as we tend to believe. Perhaps knowledge has risen and fallen multiple times, with civilizations building on remnants of earlier ones or rediscovering what was once known and then forgotten. The patterns of construction, the alignment with celestial bodies, and the sheer scale of the work suggest that these unknown builders shared a worldview that integrated practicality with spirituality. Their monuments were rarely purely functional, they were statements, symbols, and possibly instruments for observing or interacting with the natural and cosmic world. This integration of art, architecture, and science indicates a holistic understanding of their environment that challenges modern assumptions about early humans. The sophistication is undeniable, and yet it comes without a visible lineage. There is no written link connecting Göbekli Tepe to the later civilizations of Mesopotamia, just as there is no direct evidence tying the stonework of Tiwanaku to the cultures that followed in the Andes. The builders appear isolated in time, leaving echoes that ripple forward, influencing successors in ways that remain largely invisible to us. The disappearance of these civilizations is equally puzzling. Unlike societies that decline due to invasion, famine, or environmental collapse, the remnants of these builders often suggest sudden absence rather than gradual transformation. Entire cities, carefully constructed and meticulously organized, vanish from the historical record. The monumental structures remain, silent witnesses to vanished expertise, but the social frameworks, oral traditions, and practical knowledge that created them are gone. Archaeologists are left to reconstruct context from material traces alone, aware that much of the story may be irretrievably lost. It is also striking how some of these sites share similarities across continents. From the precise stone blocks of South America to the astronomical alignments of European megaliths and the symbolic carvings of the Middle East, there are recurring themes that hint at a shared or parallel development of knowledge. These similarities raise provocative questions. Did these civilizations communicate across vast distances, or did human societies independently converge on similar solutions to shared challenges? Either possibility challenges conventional historical models. If there was communication, the scale of trade, travel, and information exchange is far beyond what is currently accepted. If the developments were independent, then the capacity for complex thought and engineering was far more widespread than traditional frameworks allow. Furthermore, these unknown builders force us to reconsider the role of ritual and religion in early human societies. Many of the surviving structures appear ceremonial, designed to serve as sacred spaces or centers of social cohesion. The scale and effort invested in their construction suggest that these societies placed extraordinary value on communal or spiritual objectives, sometimes over practical survival concerns. This prioritization indicates that early humans were not only capable of advanced technical thought but also of abstract and symbolic reasoning, placing meaning, ritual, and collective identity at the heart of their civilization. The study of these builders also confronts modern scholars with the limitations of current methodology. Conventional archaeology relies heavily on material evidence, written records, and cultural continuity. When these are absent, interpretation becomes fraught with uncertainty. Scholars must balance skepticism with imagination, distinguishing between what can be inferred from the physical record and what is speculation. Yet the very act of inference, when applied to these unknown builders, often leads to uncomfortable conclusions, that humans achieved levels of sophistication, organization, and creativity far earlier than previously believed. Ultimately, the unknown builders serve as a mirror, reflecting the gaps in our own understanding of human history. Their monuments, symbols, and artifacts challenge the narrative that civilization began in one place and spread linearly. They suggest a more complex tapestry, one in which knowledge can appear, vanish, and reappear in forms that continue to confound modern interpretation. These builders, nameless and enigmatic, remind us that history is not a complete story but a puzzle with missing pieces. And sometimes, the pieces we do find are far stranger than anything we imagined. Their legacy is not simply the stones they left behind, nor the technical prowess they demonstrated, but the questions they raise about human potential, memory, and the fragile continuity of knowledge. Each site, each artifact, each unexplained construction forces us to confront the uncomfortable possibility that the story we tell ourselves about our origins is far simpler than the reality. And in that confrontation lies the true significance of these nameless architects. They are a testament to human ingenuity, imagination, and mystery that stretches back far beyond the comforting boundaries of recorded history, inviting us to wonder not only who they were, but what we might yet discover about the depths of our own past. In the vast annals of cartographic history, few documents provoke as much intrigue and controversy as the Piri-Reis map. Created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri-Reis, it presents a world that seems to straddle the line between documented knowledge and impossible speculation. At first glance, it appears as a detailed depiction of parts of Europe, Africa, and South America, drawn with surprising accuracy for its time. But as scholars and explorers examined it more closely, something unsettling emerged. The map shows coastlines, particularly of South America and even Antarctica, in ways that defy the technology and geographic understanding of the early 16th century. How could an admiral, centuries before accurate surveying tools, have depicted landmasses in such precise detail, especially regions that were believed to be unexplored? The Piri-Reis map is a fragmentary piece, surviving as a portion of a larger world map. Yet even in its incomplete form, it has ignited debate among historians, cartographers, and enthusiasts of the mysterious. One of the most astonishing aspects is the depiction of the South American coastline, remarkably accurate when compared to modern maps. What makes it more perplexing is the level of detail: rivers, bays, and inlets, that would have required precise measurements, a degree of accuracy that was assumed impossible at the time. Even more provocative is the suggestion by some researchers that the map depicts the northern coast of Antarctica, long before its official discovery, in the 19th century, and without showing the ice sheet that covers it today. This raises the question: where did Piri-Reis obtain such advanced geographic knowledge? Piri-Reis himself left clues, claiming in annotations on the map that he had compiled his work from 100 maps and charts, drawn by the explorers of the western seas, including some maps that dated back to the age of Alexander the Great. If true, this implies that knowledge of the world extended far beyond what historians traditionally acknowledge. It suggests a chain of transmission of geographic understanding that spans centuries, possibly even millennia, preserved and passed down through ancient sources whose origin we cannot fully trace. The notion that maps could survive, be copied, and influence later cartography is not controversial in itself. What is controversial is the precision and scope of that knowledge, which seems impossible given the accepted understanding of exploration in antiquity. The accuracy of the Piri-Reis map has drawn attention from experts in both mainstream and fringe circles. Some believe it demonstrates advanced surveying techniques lost to time, while others argue it is evidence of ancient seafaring civilizations capable of long-distance exploration. The map depicts coastlines with proportions and orientations that closely match modern measurements, a level of sophistication that raises eyebrows. Traditional explanations propose that Piri-Reis may have compiled information from travelers' logs, sailors' estimates, and previous maps. Yet even allowing for such sources, skeptics struggle to reconcile how approximations and hearsay could result in a depiction so astonishingly precise. Adding to the intrigue is the inclusion of islands and geographical features whose existence was unknown at the time. Some of these islands correspond to actual landforms, others appear speculative or even impossible, suggesting either misinterpretation of older sources or access to knowledge that has been lost over centuries. The debate is fueled further by the map's apparent ability to depict terrain as it may have existed thousands of years before Piri-Reis's time. Geologists and historians examining the Antarctic portion, for instance, note that some representations appear to show parts of the continent free of ice, hinting at a coastline from an era before it was enveloped by glaciers. If true, this would suggest access to either ancient maps or records based on observations made long before human history was thought capable of such surveys. The Piri-Reis map also serves as a striking reminder of the limitations of historical assumptions. Historians often rely on written records and documented voyages to reconstruct knowledge of the past, assuming that unknown lands remained undiscovered until explorers formally recorded them. Yet the map challenges this linear narrative, suggesting that humans may have surveyed or conceptualized distant coastlines far earlier than the conventional timeline allows. Whether this was achieved through advanced seafaring, lost civilizations, or the transmission of ancient knowledge, the implication is profound. There may be gaps in our understanding of global exploration that are deeper and more consequential than previously believed. Beyond the technical and geographic questions, the Piri-Reis map also invites reflection on human curiosity and the desire to record knowledge. The map represents not just land masses, but a worldview, a way of interpreting the Earth and its mysteries. It reflects a combination of observation, interpretation, and preservation that was unusual for its time, revealing a consciousness concerned not only with survival but with understanding, documenting, and making sense of the world in a comprehensive way. The act of compiling maps from older sources suggests a deliberate effort to maintain continuity of knowledge, to preserve what earlier generations had discovered, and to transmit it to future navigators. This human drive to accumulate, synthesize, and record information is as remarkable as the map itself. Yet the map's existence also raises unsettling questions about what knowledge may have been lost. If Piri-Reis relied on ancient sources that are no longer extant, what other discoveries, technologies, or understandings have vanished into obscurity? How many fragments of the past, maps, texts, instruments, have been destroyed, misplaced, or forgotten, leaving modern scholars with only tantalizing hints of a far more advanced understanding of geography and the natural world? The Piri-Reis map hints at a past in which humans may have been capable of far more than we acknowledge, a past that challenges the neat timelines of exploration, discovery, and civilization that textbooks often present as definitive. The map has inspired countless theories, ranging from plausible reconstructions of lost ancient knowledge to more speculative ideas involving civilizations that predate recorded history, possibly even suggesting that global exploration and understanding were far older than previously assumed. Some researchers posit that knowledge of Antarctica's coastline, if accurate, would have required surveying skills, long-distance navigation, and record-keeping that do not fit comfortably into the accepted historical framework. While mainstream scholarship often attempts to reconcile these anomalies with conventional explanations, the persistence of the questions demonstrates that the map resists simplistic interpretation. Even the map's artistry, the careful attention to scale, proportion, and annotation, reflects a mind attempting to organize and convey complex information with clarity and purpose. It is not a casual sketch, nor a crude approximation. It is a deliberate, meticulous effort to represent the world as accurately as possible, drawing on sources that span generations. The fact that we can still study it centuries later is a testament to the endurance of human curiosity and the desire to make sense of the unknown. Ultimately, the Piri Reis map remains a symbol of humanity's fascination with the unknown and the lost. It challenges our assumptions, provokes debate, and hints at the possibility that ancient civilizations, whether known or lost, may have had a far deeper understanding of the world than conventional history allows. It stands as a silent testament to the ingenuity of the past and the gaps in our knowledge, reminding us that every line, every coastline, and every annotation is a fragment of a larger story that continues to elude our full comprehension. The map does not merely depict land, it illuminates the persistent human drive to explore, to understand, and to preserve knowledge, even across centuries and civilizations that we may never fully know. In the end, the Piri Reis map is more than an artifact. It is a question carved in ink and parchment: how much of our past has been lost, misinterpreted, or deliberately obscured? How many truths about ancient knowledge, exploration, and civilization lie hidden, waiting to be rediscovered? And perhaps most unsettling of all, if such understanding existed before, what does it say about the gaps in the story we've been told about ourselves, our ingenuity, and our place in the world? Each of these questions lingers in the mind long after the map has been studied, reminding us that the past is far more mysterious, and far less obedient to our expectations, than we often dare to imagine. Across the sweep of history, maps have been more than mere navigational tools. They are windows into the worldview of those who created them, reflections of knowledge, belief, and even imagination. Some maps, however, seem to defy explanation entirely. They depict landscapes that could not possibly have been known at the time, coastlines that were supposedly undiscovered, and details so precise that modern technology struggles to replicate them. These maps challenge our understanding of exploration, geography, and the capabilities of civilizations long thought primitive. Among them, the Piri Reis map stands as the most famous example, but it is far from unique. Across centuries and continents, there exist cartographic anomalies that hint at a lost or forgotten body of knowledge, suggesting that humans may have known far more about the world than traditional history acknowledges. The origins of these impossible maps are as diverse as the civilizations that produced them. Some, like the Piri Reis map, claim to be compilations of older charts, combining information from explorers, merchants, and, in some cases, sources that are now entirely lost. Others, like the 15th-century Henricus Martellus map, depict the African coastline with remarkable accuracy, despite the fact that much of it was supposedly unexplored at the time. Still others, such as medieval Mappa Mundi, combine accurate representations of geography with allegorical or symbolic elements, leaving modern researchers struggling to separate fact from imagination. What unites them is a pattern: humans across different times and places appear to have possessed knowledge that exceeds the expected technological or observational capabilities of their era. One particularly striking feature of these maps is their depiction of regions far removed from the mapmaker's home territories. Ancient cartographers, working with limited tools, were nevertheless able to convey coastlines, rivers, and even mountain ranges with a degree of precision that implies access to highly accurate information. In some cases, these depictions predate documented voyages by centuries, raising profound questions about the sources of their knowledge. How did they acquire such information? Were there earlier explorers, now forgotten, whose surveys informed these maps? Or do they hint at an entirely lost tradition of global exploration, one that has left only faint traces in artifacts like these enigmatic charts? The technical precision of some of these maps is particularly confounding. Measurements of latitude, coastline curvature, and proportional distances often surpass what would have been possible with the instruments of the time. This suggests that the mapmakers either had access to advanced surveying techniques that have since been lost, or they inherited knowledge from an earlier, sophisticated culture. Consider the level of accuracy needed to plot the South American coastline centuries before systematic exploration. Even small errors would have been magnified over such distances. Yet these maps appear to capture the contours and orientation with uncanny fidelity, forcing historians to confront the possibility that conventional narratives of exploration may be incomplete. Another layer of mystery lies in the conceptual understanding these maps imply. It is not merely that they depict coastlines or islands accurately, it is the apparent comprehension of relationships between landmasses, the recognition of patterns in the natural world, and the attempt to synthesize disparate sources into coherent representations. In some cases, maps show the globe as a connected whole rather than a collection of isolated regions, implying a worldview that is remarkably sophisticated for the period. This level of abstraction, thinking in terms of global geography, proportions, and relationships, suggests intellectual capabilities that go far beyond simple cartographic skill. The persistence of anomalies across different maps also raises compelling questions. When multiple maps from separate regions and eras depict similar, impossible, details, it hints at a network of transmitted knowledge. Whether through oral traditions, ancient charts, or lost archives, there appears to have been a continuity of information that modern scholarship cannot fully trace. Some researchers have suggested that knowledge of distant lands may have been preserved and refined over generations, even as civilizations rose and fell, resulting in maps that are accurate far beyond the presumed reach of contemporary explorers. If true, this would indicate an enduring intellectual legacy, an invisible thread linking cultures and eras across time. Yet not all anomalies are strictly geographical. Many of these maps include symbolic or abstract elements that suggest an understanding of the world that encompasses more than physical space. Lines, grids, and alignments often correspond to astronomical observations or ritual significance, hinting at a dual purpose. The maps were both practical tools and repositories of cosmological knowledge. The integration of science, symbolism, and navigation reflects a worldview in which understanding the heavens and the earth were intertwined. Such integration challenges modern assumptions that early civilizations compartmentalized knowledge. Instead, they may have viewed information holistically, blending observation, ritual, and instruction in ways that modern scholars struggle to interpret. The question of lost civilizations inevitably arises in these discussions. If accurate maps existed long before the historical record credits such knowledge, it suggests that humans may have reached high levels of exploration and understanding earlier than previously thought. Some theorists propose that there were advanced cultures whose achievements were obliterated by natural catastrophe, conflict, or cultural collapse. While this remains speculative, the repeated appearance of accurate and impossible maps lends credibility to the notion that knowledge can be transmitted, lost, and rediscovered over millennia. These artifacts become fragments of a broader, unfinished story of human intellectual history. Moreover, the very existence of these maps forces a re-evaluation of the limits of human curiosity and capability. It suggests that ancient people were not merely passive observers of their environment but active seekers of knowledge, willing to traverse unknown seas, compile fragmented data, and synthesize it into coherent representations of the world. The maps are evidence of meticulous observation, collaborative effort, and an extraordinary commitment to understanding, a testament to human ingenuity that transcends time. Despite centuries of study, mainstream explanations struggle to reconcile these anomalies fully. Traditional scholarship often invokes speculation about misinterpretation, compilation from multiple sources, or exaggeration. Yet the consistency and precision of the evidence resist such easy dismissal. The maps demand recognition that our conventional understanding of ancient exploration, geography, and the transmission of knowledge is incomplete. They occupy a space where science, history, and mystery converge, offering tantalizing glimpses into a past that is both familiar and profoundly alien. The study of these maps also has broader implications for how we interpret human history. They remind us that knowledge is fragile, that discoveries can precede comprehension, and that civilizations are capable of achieving sophistication in ways that do not always survive the passage of time. Each anomaly challenges us to question assumptions, reevaluate timelines, and consider the possibility that our ancestors were far more advanced than the record alone suggests. They provoke a deep sense of wonder and a subtle unease, hinting at a human story that is more complex, interconnected, and mysterious than we have dared to imagine. Ultimately, these maps are more than historical curiosities, they are enduring puzzles that force a confrontation with the unknown. They speak of exploration, intellect, and the persistence of knowledge across time, even when the creators of that knowledge have vanished. They suggest that the human impulse to chart, understand, and preserve information has deep roots, extending into eras where we had assumed only primitive attempts at navigation or recording existed. And in their mysterious accuracy and impossible detail, these maps challenge us to rethink the boundaries of human achievement, inviting a profound reconsideration of what our ancestors might have known, and what we have yet to rediscover. The maps that should not exist compel us to ask questions that are uncomfortable, provocative, and enduring. Were there civilizations capable of global understanding long before history credits them? Did knowledge traverse continents and centuries, surviving disasters and obscurity to appear in fragments like these maps? And most unsettling of all, if humans possessed such insight in the distant past, what else might have been lost along the way? The answers are not clear, and perhaps never will be. But the maps themselves endure as silent witnesses, enigmatic guides that continue to challenge our assumptions and expand the boundaries of what we believe is possible. Long before modern technology, before GPS satellites and precision surveying instruments, humans were building structures that baffle contemporary engineers and archaeologists alike. These constructions, often referred to as megaliths, are scattered across continents and share characteristics that defy conventional explanations. Massive stones, sometimes weighing hundreds of tons, were quarried, transported, and positioned with precision that seems impossible without modern machinery. Yet they exist, silent monuments to the ingenuity, determination, and knowledge of people we understand only imperfectly. The questions these sites raise are profound: how were they built, who built them, and for what purpose? One of the most striking examples of such engineering is found in South America, at Puma Punku, part of the Greater Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia. Here, enormous stone blocks are cut with such precision that the joints between them are nearly seamless, fitting together as if they were molded rather than chiseled. Some stones are perfectly perpendicular, others bear intricate geometric patterns that align in ways suggesting advanced understanding of mathematics and geometry. The complexity is compounded by the sheer scale. Stones weighing up to 130 tons were transported over several kilometers without the use of wheels, pulleys, or draft animals as understood by current archaeological models. The effort required to achieve such feats implies a level of social organization, planning, and engineering that challenges the assumption that pre-Columbian societies were relatively primitive. The precision of Puma Punku is mirrored in other sites worldwide, suggesting a remarkable, if puzzling, consistency. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza exhibits an unparalleled alignment to the cardinal points, with stones fitted so precisely that even a razor blade cannot slide between them. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and assembling millions of limestone and granite blocks, some weighing over 80 tons, remain subjects of debate and fascination. Similarly, in Europe, the megalithic structures of Stonehenge in England and the dolmens scattered across France and Spain display engineering skills that appear to exceed what conventional timelines of human development would predict. Across these disparate regions, there is a repeated theme: humans constructed monumental architecture with precision and knowledge that often seem anachronistic. What makes these megaliths particularly enigmatic is the lack of clear documentation explaining their construction. Unlike later civilizations, which left extensive written records detailing methods, labor organization, and purpose, these ancient builders left almost nothing. Researchers are forced to reverse engineer techniques, studying tool marks, stone composition, and spatial arrangements to infer methods that may or may not reflect the actual processes used. This absence of explanation heightens the mystery, leaving only the enduring evidence of extraordinary capability. It also raises difficult questions about the limits of our knowledge. If such precision was possible thousands of years ago, how much human ingenuity has been lost to time? Another perplexing aspect is the alignment and astronomical significance of many megalithic sites. Across continents, ancient structures appear oriented with remarkable precision to celestial bodies, solstices, and equinoxes. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned to the sunrise of the summer solstice, while the pyramids of Egypt demonstrate alignment with specific stars in the Orion constellation. Puma Punku and other South American sites similarly show evidence of astronomical consideration. This suggests that these builders possessed not only technical skills but also a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, integrating their knowledge into architecture in ways that continue to challenge modern scholars. The challenge of moving massive stones is another layer of intrigue. How did ancient builders manipulate blocks weighing tens or hundreds of tons with only basic tools? Various hypotheses exist, ranging from the use of sledges, ramps, and levers to more speculative theories suggesting lost technologies or forgotten techniques. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate these feats, but while some progress is made, the precision and efficiency achieved in antiquity often remain unmatched. The consistency of these feats across distant cultures raises further questions. Was there a shared understanding or method that has been lost, or did different civilizations independently develop advanced solutions to similar challenges? The purpose behind these constructions is equally complex and layered. While some megaliths appear to serve ceremonial or religious functions, others may have had practical applications, such as serving as calendars, astronomical observatories, or social markers. The integration of purpose, precision, and scale indicates that these structures were not built casually or hastily. They required significant investment in labor, resources, and planning, reflecting societies with the capability to mobilize large groups of people toward shared objectives. This level of organization contradicts the simplistic view of prehistoric peoples as solely subsistence-based or rudimentary, forcing a reconsideration of their social and intellectual capacities. Moreover, the global distribution of megalithic sites presents a puzzle. Similar construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and symbolic motifs appear in regions separated by thousands of miles and centuries of time. From the pyramids of Egypt to the stone circles of the British Isles, from South American temple complexes to the submerged structures off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, there is a recurring theme of precision, monumental scale, and deliberate design. Whether this reflects independent innovation, convergent evolution of architectural methods, or the transmission of knowledge through lost civilizations, the evidence defies simple categorization. It suggests that humans were experimenting with engineering, social organization, and cosmological understanding far earlier than conventional history would suggest. The very survival of these megaliths adds to the intrigue. Many of these structures have endured for thousands of years, resisting natural erosion, earthquakes, and other environmental challenges. The choice of materials, placement, and construction methods indicates an understanding of durability and long-term planning. In some cases, the longevity of these monuments surpasses the continuity of the societies that built them. Entire civilizations vanished, yet their monumental achievements remain as a silent testament to knowledge that outlasted its creators. This endurance invites reflection not only on the capabilities of ancient peoples but also on the fragility of human memory and the transmission of knowledge. There is also the element of ritual and symbolic significance embedded in these structures. Many megaliths appear oriented or carved with motifs that suggest cosmological or spiritual meaning. The act of constructing such monuments likely involved ritualized labor, social cohesion, and shared cultural purpose. The combination of technical mastery with symbolic intent points to a holistic worldview, in which human, natural, and cosmic realms were interconnected. This integration of function, symbolism, and engineering speaks to cognitive capacities that modern scholars often underestimate in prehistoric societies. Ultimately, the study of megaliths is a confrontation with both human ingenuity and the limits of our understanding. Each stone, each alignment, and each surviving site challenges assumptions about technological capability, social organization, and the trajectory of human development. They force us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much knowledge has been lost to time? How many civilizations achieved levels of sophistication we can only glimpse in fragments? Were there networks of knowledge transfer now obscured by millennia of cultural collapse, environmental change, or deliberate erasure? These megaliths are more than architectural feats, they are echoes of human ambition, intelligence, and curiosity. They reveal societies capable of extraordinary feats of planning, cooperation, and understanding, often without leaving a direct record of their methods. They are monuments to what humans can achieve when vision, labor, and knowledge converge, and they stand as enduring challenges to the linear, simplified narratives of history. In studying them, we are reminded that the story of human development is far richer, more complex, and more mysterious than our textbooks suggest. The megaliths, in their enduring silence, compel reflection. They are evidence that human ingenuity is not solely a product of modernity, but a trait that has persisted through millennia, manifesting in ways that continue to astonish. They provoke awe, curiosity, and a sense of profound mystery, leaving us with the unsettling realization that for all our knowledge and technology, there remain secrets in the past that defy explanation. They are monuments not only to ancient skill but also to the enduring enigma of human history, challenging us to reconsider what we think we know about the civilizations that came before us, and what truths about our own potential remain hidden, waiting to be rediscovered. Across the globe, scattered among deserts, forests, and coastlines, lie enigmatic structures that hint at human capabilities far beyond what conventional history attributes to their time. These formations, unlike ordinary ruins, resist straightforward interpretation. They are precise, monumental, and in many cases, astronomically aligned, suggesting that the people who built them possessed knowledge of engineering, mathematics, and celestial mechanics that modern scholars find difficult to explain. Among the most remarkable examples of this phenomenon are the pyramidal structures found not only in Egypt and Mesoamerica but also in lesser-known sites across Asia and Africa, each of them echoing a pattern of ambition and sophistication that seems to transcend culture and geography. The Egyptian pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid of Giza, continue to captivate researchers and lay people alike. Constructed around 4,500 years ago, the Great Pyramid rises with near-perfect geometric precision, its base aligned almost exactly to the cardinal points. The blocks themselves, many weighing several tons, were quarried, transported, and placed with a degree of accuracy that challenges our understanding of Bronze Age technology. The internal chambers and passageways are arranged in a way that demonstrates advanced planning, foresight, and an understanding of load-bearing architecture. Yet, despite centuries of study, the methods by which the ancient Egyptians achieved such precision remain hotly debated. The pyramids are more than tombs, they are architectural statements that defy conventional expectations for a society that, by all other measures, should not have possessed such technological sophistication. Thousands of miles away, in Mesoamerica, the pyramids of Teotihuacan and the Mayan civilization reflect similar ambitions, though developed independently. The Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan is aligned with astronomical phenomena, suggesting an integration of architecture with celestial observation. Mayan pyramids, like those at Chichen Itza, exhibit precise construction and sophisticated mathematical planning, often reflecting advanced knowledge of calendars, solstices, and equinoxes. The parallel development of monumental pyramids in such geographically disparate regions raises compelling questions about human ingenuity. Were these societies independently reaching similar solutions to universal architectural and astronomical challenges, or is there a deeper connection, perhaps through lost knowledge or diffusion of ideas across long distances? Even beyond these famous sites, lesser-known pyramidal structures across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East challenge chronological assumptions. In Sudan, the Nubian pyramids at Meroe display architectural innovation distinct from their Egyptian neighbors, with steeply angled sides and intricate internal designs. In China, pyramidal tombs in Xi'an and Shaanxi provinces, often associated with early dynastic rulers, exhibit scale and planning that rival the pyramids of Egypt. In each case, the builders worked with enormous stones, carefully aligned layouts, and precise geometrical planning, all feats accomplished long before the advent of modern machinery or standardized construction methods. These examples demonstrate that the ambition to build monumental, enduring structures was not isolated to a single culture but was a recurring theme across human civilization. The engineering challenges faced by these builders are staggering. Moving massive stones, leveling uneven terrain, and achieving precise alignment would have required not only labor but also a profound understanding of mechanical principles, mathematics, and logistics. Evidence of tools and techniques remains fragmentary, leaving modern researchers to speculate on methods that may now be lost. Yet the results speak for themselves: stones weighing tens of tons placed with millimeter accuracy, layouts aligned to celestial events, and structures that have endured millennia. The precision and endurance of these constructions imply a level of intellectual and organizational sophistication that continues to astonish archaeologists and engineers alike. Astronomical alignment is a recurring theme in pyramidal construction, revealing a remarkable integration of science and symbolism. The Great Pyramid's alignment with true north, combined with its internal shafts pointing toward specific stars, suggests knowledge of celestial cycles and careful observation over generations. Similarly, the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon at Teotihuacan are positioned in relation to solstices and other astronomical markers. The Mayan pyramids reflect an advanced understanding of solar and lunar cycles, integrated with their calendar system. These alignments are not incidental; they indicate that these ancient builders were not only architects but astronomers, embedding a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos into their constructions. Beyond technical achievement, pyramids convey profound social and cultural significance. The labor, resources, and planning required imply complex societal organization, capable of mobilizing thousands of workers and sustaining long-term projects. These societies likely had administrative structures, divisions of labor, and cultural or religious motivations sufficient to coordinate massive construction efforts. Pyramids were rarely utilitarian alone; they were symbolic, serving as religious centers, ceremonial spaces, or monuments to political authority. Their scale and permanence suggest a deep-seated desire to leave a legacy, to assert cultural and spiritual identity, and to align human endeavor with the cosmos itself. The repetition of pyramidal forms across continents and centuries raises questions that extend beyond architecture. Is there a shared human instinct to construct monumental structures as a way of engaging with the divine or the cosmos? Or do these similarities hint at the existence of knowledge that transcended cultural boundaries, lost and rediscovered repeatedly throughout history? While independent development is plausible, the consistency of certain design principles, precise angles, massive stonework, alignment with celestial bodies, suggests that human ingenuity may have operated under universal principles, guided by observation, necessity, and spiritual aspiration. Even the material selection and construction techniques indicate advanced understanding. Builders often chose stones with particular properties for durability, workability, or symbolic significance. The cutting, shaping, and placement of these stones demonstrate meticulous planning and execution. In some cases, we see evidence of knowledge of physics and geometry, such as corbelling techniques to support weight or terracing to stabilize slopes. These practices were applied consistently and with precision, further underscoring the advanced technical competence of societies traditionally considered primitive by conventional chronology. The enduring mystery of pyramids is not only in their construction but also in what they tell us about human cognition and societal development. They suggest that early civilizations were capable of abstract thinking, long-term planning, and complex organization, attributes we often assume emerged only in later periods. The monumental scale of these structures implies a cultural emphasis on continuity, legacy, and the alignment of human life with cosmic and spiritual principles. These builders were not improvisers; they were thinkers, planners, and visionaries, embedding layers of meaning into stone that endure long after their creators have vanished. In sum, pyramids are more than architectural feats; they are monuments to human ambition, intellect, and vision. They reveal societies capable of extraordinary achievement, challenging linear narratives of technological and cultural progress. Each pyramid, whether in Egypt, Mesoamerica, or Asia, is a testament to the ingenuity of people who overcame enormous logistical and technical obstacles, demonstrating a level of sophistication that continues to inspire awe. They remind us that human history is not a simple progression of knowledge but a complex tapestry, with peaks of innovation and understanding appearing in places and times we are only beginning to comprehend. These structures compel us to reconsider what we assume about our ancestors. They are evidence that humans, even in distant antiquity, were capable of combining engineering, mathematics, astronomy, and cultural vision in ways that still challenge modern comprehension. The pyramids endure not only as symbols of power or spirituality but as enduring questions: how did these civilizations achieve such precision, and what knowledge might have been lost in the intervening millennia? Their silent grandeur invites reflection, awe, and a humbling acknowledgement that the story of human achievement is far deeper, far more intricate, and far more mysterious than we often allow ourselves to imagine. Across the globe, there exist archaeological sites that defy conventional explanation, places where the ingenuity of ancient humans challenges everything we think we know about early civilization. Among these, the stone structures of Sacsayhuaman, perched above the city of Cusco in Peru, stand as one of the most extraordinary examples. Unlike pyramids, which often reach toward the sky, Sacsayhuaman sprawls across the mountainside in a complex network of walls, terraces, and ramparts, constructed from massive stones fitted together with astonishing precision. Some of these stones weigh over 100 tons, yet they interlock so perfectly that even a knife cannot slide between them. The construction reflects not only advanced engineering but also a deep understanding of seismic activity, as the walls have endured centuries of earthquakes that would have toppled lesser structures. What makes Sacsayhuaman particularly confounding is the sheer scale and technical mastery required for its construction. The stones were quarried from distant locations, sometimes miles away, and transported over rugged terrain without the aid of modern machinery. The precision with which they were shaped and joined suggests an advanced knowledge of geometry and mechanics. Unlike simple dry stone walls, which rely on gravity and friction, the stones of Sacsayhuaman are carved to fit irregularly yet perfectly, forming a stable structure capable of withstanding seismic forces. This technique, known as polygonal masonry, is found in other regions, such as parts of Italy and Greece, yet the scale and refinement in Sacsayhuaman surpass many of these examples, leaving archaeologists puzzled about how such precision was achieved. The construction of Sacsayhuaman also raises questions about the social and organizational structures of the builders. Mobilizing the labor force required to move and position these massive stones would have demanded sophisticated planning, logistics, and leadership. It is not merely the physical feat that is astonishing, it is the coordination of hundreds, if not thousands, of workers to execute a shared vision over decades, possibly generations. This suggests a society with the ability to plan long-term projects, organize specialized labor, and maintain cultural cohesion, indicating a level of societal complexity that challenges simplified notions of pre-Columbian civilizations. Sacsayhuaman is not only remarkable for its engineering but also for its symbolic and strategic significance. The site occupies a commanding position overlooking the Cusco Valley, controlling access and providing panoramic views of the surrounding landscape. Its design includes large open plazas, terraces, and platforms that may have served ceremonial, military, or administrative purposes. The alignment of certain walls and terraces also hints at astronomical observation, suggesting that the site was more than a fortress or city, it was a focal point of cosmological and cultural significance. Every aspect of the construction seems deliberate, blending practicality, symbolism, and technical mastery into a coherent whole that continues to inspire wonder. The precision of the stonework at Sacsayhuaman is a testament to the skill of its masons. Each block was shaped to fit perfectly with its neighbors, often with multiple faces and angles, creating walls that are both stable and aesthetically impressive. Unlike typical masonry, where uniformity is achieved with simple blocks, the stones at Sacsayhuaman exhibit irregular shapes, yet they interlock flawlessly. This not only demonstrates advanced technical knowledge but also an artistic sensibility, suggesting that the builders valued both function and form. The effort required to achieve such a result, without modern tools, continues to baffle engineers and historians alike. Beyond engineering, the site invites speculation about the knowledge systems and cultural priorities of its builders. The complexity and labor investment imply a society that placed immense value on monumentality, ritual, and social cohesion. It suggests that architecture was not merely utilitarian but served as a means of expressing power, religious devotion, and collective identity. The blending of structural necessity with symbolic intent indicates a holistic approach to construction, where engineering, aesthetics, and cultural meaning were inseparable. This challenges modern assumptions about the capabilities and motivations of pre-Columbian societies, revealing a sophistication that is often underestimated. The construction techniques at Sacsayhuaman also raise profound questions about the transmission of knowledge. How did the builders achieve such precision without written records or standardized measurement tools? Some scholars speculate that sophisticated oral traditions, apprenticeship systems, and hands-on experimentation allowed for the accumulation and refinement of technical expertise over generations. Others suggest that certain methods, perhaps now lost, enabled the movement and placement of massive stones with remarkable accuracy. Regardless of the method, the result is undeniable, a structure that exemplifies advanced engineering, meticulous planning, and enduring stability, all achieved in a context where such feats should have been improbable. Sacsayhuaman's enduring mystery is heightened by its apparent purpose. While commonly identified as a fortress, its design includes features that suggest ceremonial and astronomical functions. The expansive plazas could accommodate large gatherings, while certain alignments indicate awareness of solstices and other celestial events. This integration of military, ceremonial, and astronomical considerations reflects a worldview in which architecture served multiple functions simultaneously, merging practical necessity with spiritual and symbolic intent. The site embodies a holistic approach to human habitation, governance, and cosmology, challenging simplistic interpretations of ancient structures as merely functional. The comparison of Sacsayhuaman to other monumental sites worldwide deepens the enigma. Like the pyramids of Egypt, the stone circles of Europe, and the megalithic complexes of South America, it demonstrates a level of sophistication that appears to arise independently across cultures. Despite differences in design, geography, and chronology, there is a recurring theme: humans, across time and space, were capable of engineering, planning, and artistic expression far beyond what conventional narratives often acknowledge. This suggests that the ability to conceive and execute monumental architecture is a fundamental aspect of human ingenuity, yet it also raises questions about lost knowledge, unrecorded techniques, and the extent of early civilizations' understanding of the natural and cosmic world. The site also forces reflection on the fragility and endurance of human achievement. Sacsayhuaman has survived centuries of earthquakes, invasions, and environmental change, yet the civilization that built it no longer exists in its original form. The stones remain, testimony to human skill and vision, even as the cultural context has been largely erased. This contrast between enduring physical monuments and vanished social systems underscores a broader truth: knowledge and civilization are fragile, and what survives in stone may be only a fragment of what once existed. It prompts speculation about other lost civilizations and monumental achievements that may have been destroyed or obscured by time, leaving behind tantalizing hints of a more complex human past. Furthermore, Sacsayhuaman challenges modern interpretations of technology and capability. Conventional explanations emphasize simple tools, sheer manpower, and trial-and-error techniques, yet they often struggle to account for the precision, scale, and durability achieved by the builders. Experimental archaeology has attempted to recreate methods for moving and fitting stones, but even the most successful attempts fall short of replicating the finesse observed in situ. The recurring gaps between theoretical methods and practical results suggest that ancient builders may have possessed specialized knowledge, techniques, or organizational methods that have been lost to history. Ultimately, Sacsayhuaman is not merely an archaeological site, it is a profound testament to human ambition, intellect, and resilience. It embodies the capacity for advanced engineering, meticulous planning, social coordination, and symbolic expression in a period and context often underestimated by traditional narratives. Every stone, every joint, and every terrace reflects a deliberate choice, a convergence of technical skill, aesthetic sensibility, and cultural purpose. It challenges modern assumptions about what early civilizations could achieve and invites ongoing exploration, study, and reflection. In the enduring presence of Sacsayhuaman, we confront both human ingenuity and the limits of our understanding. The site compels us to reconsider the capabilities of ancient peoples, the transmission of technical and cultural knowledge, and the possibilities of civilizations long vanished from the historical record. It is a monument not only to the achievements of its builders but also to the enduring mystery of human history, reminding us that for all our advances, there remain enigmas from the past that continue to defy explanation, inspiring awe, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. In the remote deserts of southern Egypt, beyond the familiar grandeur of the Nile, lie ruins that challenge the conventional timelines of human civilization. Among these enigmatic sites is Abydos, a location steeped in history and mystery, long revered as a spiritual center of ancient Egypt. It is here, amidst temples, tombs, and ceremonial complexes, that archaeologists have uncovered structures and inscriptions that hint at knowledge far beyond what should have been possible for the era in which they were constructed. Abydos is not merely a collection of monuments, it is a living testament to the sophistication, ingenuity, and esoteric understanding of a civilization that continues to fascinate and perplex modern researchers. One of the most striking features of Abydos is its intricate network of temples, aligned with precision that suggests both astronomical awareness and ceremonial intent. The Temple of Seti I, for example, contains corridors and chambers that are meticulously designed, adorned with hieroglyphs and bas-reliefs of stunning craftsmanship. Beyond the artistry lies an underlying mathematical and geometric sophistication. The placement of walls, sanctuaries, and sacred spaces appears intentional, not only in terms of functionality but also in relation to celestial events, seasonal cycles, and perhaps even metaphysical principles. The precision with which these structures were built indicates knowledge of engineering, surveying, and planning that is remarkable for the time period, forcing modern scholars to reconsider assumptions about early Egyptian capabilities. Perhaps the most confounding aspect of Abydos is the presence of inscriptions that some interpret as evidence of advanced understanding of technology and the natural world. Among the hieroglyphs, certain carvings have sparked debate due to their unusual forms, which some researchers argue resemble modern devices or tools, depictions that seem out of place for a civilization traditionally understood to have been limited to basic implements. While mainstream Egyptologists often attribute these shapes to artistic abstraction or symbolic representation, the striking resemblance to mechanical components cannot be dismissed entirely. These interpretations fuel speculation that the ancients may have had access to knowledge that has since been lost or deliberately hidden, knowledge that could challenge linear narratives of technological development. Equally perplexing are the subterranean chambers and tunnels beneath the temples. Many of these passages remain partially unexplored due to their complexity and fragility, yet preliminary investigation suggests that they extend for significant distances, interconnecting sacred sites in ways that are both strategic and symbolic. The underground architecture indicates not only advanced engineering skills but also a sophisticated understanding of structural stability, airflow, and spatial planning. It is a feature that elevates Abydos from a ceremonial complex to a marvel of ancient civil engineering, raising questions about the techniques and knowledge required to construct such extensive subterranean networks without modern tools. Abydos also holds a unique position in Egyptian cosmology and mythology, being closely associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The temples, shrines, and sacred areas are aligned to reflect spiritual narratives, blending the physical and metaphysical in ways that suggest a culture deeply attuned to both earthly and celestial order. The alignment of temples, the placement of reliefs, and the orientation of processional pathways indicate that architecture was used as a medium for conveying spiritual and cosmological knowledge. It is a synthesis of engineering, art, and spirituality, where every stone placement carries meaning beyond the purely structural. The surrounding landscape further accentuates the mystery of Abydos. Natural formations, hills, and rock outcrops appear to have been incorporated into the design of the temples and ceremonial spaces. This integration suggests that the builders did not simply impose their structures on the environment but engaged in a deliberate dialogue with it, harmonizing their architecture with the contours of the land. Such practices imply a sophisticated understanding of geomancy, symbolism, and perhaps even energy flow, reflecting a worldview in which humans, nature, and the cosmos were deeply interconnected. Archaeologists are particularly intrigued by the evidence of continuity and longevity at Abydos. The site shows signs of sustained use over centuries, with successive rulers expanding, modifying, and enhancing the complex. This indicates not only architectural skill but also social stability and cultural continuity. The knowledge required to maintain and develop such a site over generations suggests a highly organized society with mechanisms for preserving, transmitting, and applying complex architectural, engineering, and spiritual knowledge. It also implies that Abydos functioned as a central hub for intellectual, religious, and ceremonial activity, a focal point where culture, science, and belief intersected. The precision of construction at Abydos further complicates our understanding. Stones were cut, shaped, and placed with a level of craftsmanship that ensured durability over millennia. The interlocking of blocks, the alignment of walls, and the carving of reliefs required not only manual skill but also advanced planning and geometric knowledge. The ability to achieve such accuracy without standardized measuring tools or modern engineering principles remains a subject of intense study. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate the techniques, yet the level of refinement observed in situ continues to exceed what can be explained by conventional methods alone. Astronomical considerations are also evident throughout Abydos. Certain temple alignments correspond to solstices, equinoxes, and star positions, suggesting that the builders integrated celestial observation into their architectural planning. These alignments may have served both ceremonial and practical purposes, guiding religious festivals, agricultural cycles, and spiritual rituals. The fusion of astronomy with construction demonstrates that ancient Egyptians were not only capable engineers but also sophisticated astronomers, incorporating their understanding of the heavens into their built environment with deliberate precision. Beyond the technical and symbolic, Abydos provokes reflection on the nature of lost knowledge. The site's enduring mysteries, subterranean networks, precise stonework, symbolic inscriptions, and astronomical alignments, point to a level of understanding that may have been far more advanced than surviving historical records suggest. It raises the possibility that entire bodies of practical, spiritual, and scientific knowledge have been lost over time, leaving only fragmented evidence for modern scholars to interpret. Abydos challenges the linear narrative of human progress, suggesting instead a complex tapestry of intellectual achievement, experimentation, and cultural continuity that defies easy categorization. The site's enigmatic features also highlight the limits of conventional archaeology. Researchers often rely on surviving texts, artifacts, and oral traditions to reconstruct history, but Abydos presents challenges that cannot be fully explained through documentation alone. The precision, scale, and integration of technical, symbolic, and astronomical elements suggest that much of the knowledge underpinning the construction has been lost or remains hidden. This forces a re-evaluation of assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations and invites a more nuanced understanding of human ingenuity, one that accommodates mystery, experimentation, and lost expertise. Ultimately, Abydos is not simply a historical site, it is a testament to human ambition, intellect, and the enduring quest to understand both the material and spiritual worlds. Every temple, chamber, and passage reflects a sophisticated integration of engineering, cosmology, and ritual, demonstrating that the builders possessed knowledge far beyond what is often credited to their era. The site challenges modern observers to reconsider the capabilities of ancient civilizations, the potential transmission of knowledge across generations, and the mysteries that still lie buried beneath the sands. In the silent majesty of Abydos, we confront a civilization that was capable of extraordinary achievement, yet whose full understanding remains tantalizingly out of reach. The site invites awe, reflection, and speculation, reminding us that history is far more complex and enigmatic than conventional narratives suggest. It stands as a monument not only to the skill of its builders but also to the enduring mysteries of human knowledge, challenging us to question what we know, what we assume, and what secrets the ancient world still holds, waiting to be uncovered. Scattered across the rugged landscapes of ancient Mesopotamia lie ruins that continue to baffle archaeologists and historians alike, challenging our understanding of early human civilization. Among the most enigmatic of these are the ziggurats, massive terrace structures that towered over cities like Uruk, and Babylon. These architectural marvels were more than simple temples, they represented a sophisticated synthesis of religious devotion, political authority, and engineering prowess. Their construction required precise knowledge of materials, labor organization, and spatial planning, yet the methods by which these monumental structures were achieved remain partially obscured by time. Unlike later civilizations, which left extensive documentation of architectural techniques, the builders of the ziggurats left behind only the stones themselves, imposing forms that continue to inspire wonder and speculation. The ziggurat of Ur, built during the reign of King Ur-Nammu around 2100 BCE, exemplifies the technical sophistication of these constructions. Rising in step tiers from a massive base, the structure was built with mud bricks faced with fired bricks, designed to endure the harsh Mesopotamian climate. The core of the ziggurat consists of sun-dried mud bricks, while the exterior was reinforced with kiln-fired bricks, often glazed with inscriptions or symbolic designs. This combination of materials demonstrates an advanced understanding of structural integrity, insulation, and durability, reflecting a knowledge of engineering principles that modern scholars struggle to fully replicate with equivalent precision. The builders accounted for weight distribution, erosion, and even seismic activity, ensuring that these structures could survive for centuries in a challenging environment. Beyond the technical mastery, the ziggurats also served as centers of spiritual and cultural life. They were dedicated to the gods, acting as monumental stages for rituals, festivals, and civic ceremonies. Each step, each terrace, was imbued with symbolic significance, reflecting the cosmological beliefs of the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. The elevation of the temples atop these massive platforms symbolized the connection between the human and the divine, a bridge between earth and sky. The ziggurats were not merely functional, they were statements of power, devotion, and societal identity, reflecting a civilization capable of integrating religious symbolism with architectural achievement. The construction of ziggurats posed enormous logistical challenges, given the limitations of contemporary tools and technology. Moving large quantities of mud and bricks, assembling them into precise layers, and maintaining alignment and stability over multiple tiers would have required meticulous planning, an organized workforce, and detailed oversight. Unlike simple construction, where materials and form are straightforward, the ziggurats demanded a nuanced understanding of weight, proportion, and balance. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate some of these methods, yet even with modern insight, the efficiency, precision, and scale achieved by the ancient builders remain astonishing. The ability to coordinate labor, transport materials, and execute complex architectural designs points to a highly organized society with sophisticated administrative structures. Another element that adds to the enigma of ziggurats is their astronomical alignment and potential use as observatories. Many scholars have noted that certain ziggurats were oriented toward celestial phenomena, including solstices, equinoxes, and notable stars. The careful positioning suggests that the builders had a nuanced understanding of the movement of celestial bodies, integrating this knowledge into the architecture itself. Such precision implies observation over extended periods and the application of this data to planning and construction, demonstrating that Mesopotamian societies were not only skilled engineers but also meticulous astronomers. The integration of cosmology and architecture underscores a worldview in which human endeavor and the cosmos were deeply interconnected. In addition to religious and astronomical functions, ziggurats likely played a role in social and political organization. Their construction required mobilization of large labor forces, often numbering in the thousands, implying centralized authority and a structured hierarchy capable of sustaining long-term projects. These structures served as visible symbols of power and stability, reinforcing the authority of rulers and elites. Their presence would have dominated cityscapes, reminding citizens and visitors alike of the civilization's technological, spiritual, and political prowess. This dual role, spiritual and administrative, illustrates the multidimensional purpose of monumental architecture in ancient Mesopotamia. The precision and durability of ziggurats continue to challenge modern understanding. The alignment of terraces, the uniformity of brick placement, and the geometric consistency suggest knowledge that extended beyond simple empirical construction methods. Some researchers argue that advanced surveying techniques, standardized measurement units, and iterative refinement over generations were employed to achieve such outcomes. Yet the absence of written manuals or technical diagrams leaves much to speculation. We are left with monumental evidence, tangible proof of extraordinary capability, but the methods remain largely speculative. This gap between observable achievement and documented methodology deepens the mystery, forcing us to reconsider assumptions about the transmission and preservation of knowledge in ancient societies. The recurring presence of ziggurats across Mesopotamia also suggests a broader cultural and technological network. While variations exist in size, design, and materials, the fundamental principles of stepped construction, alignment, and monumental scale appear consistent across city-states separated by significant distance and time. This consistency indicates a shared tradition or the transmission of architectural knowledge across generations, reflecting both cultural cohesion and intellectual continuity. It also hints at the possibility that these civilizations had mechanisms for preserving technical knowledge, perhaps through apprenticeships, oral instruction, or ritualized training, ensuring that expertise could endure even as societies evolved. Furthermore, the ziggurats exemplify a convergence of multiple disciplines: architecture, engineering, astronomy, religious studies, and social organization. Their construction demanded the simultaneous application of mathematics for measurement, engineering for stability, and symbolic understanding for cultural coherence. Such multidisciplinary integration underscores the complexity and sophistication of Mesopotamian civilization, challenging the perception of early societies as simple or technologically limited. Instead, we see evidence of cognitive and practical achievement that rivals much later developments elsewhere in the ancient world. The enigmatic nature of ziggurats also invites reflection on lost knowledge. While the structures themselves endure, many details of the construction process, the tools used, and the full extent of their astronomical or symbolic significance remain obscure. Centuries of natural decay, human activity, and historical upheaval have erased much of the context necessary for complete understanding. This absence of information forces modern scholars to rely on inference, comparison, and experimental reconstruction, highlighting the fragility of human knowledge and the profound gaps that can exist between material evidence and historical comprehension. Ultimately, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia stand as enduring monuments to human ingenuity, ambition, and vision. They reflect societies capable of remarkable engineering, sophisticated planning, and complex integration of spiritual and practical concerns. Their construction demonstrates that early civilizations were not merely surviving but actively engaging with their environment, cosmos, and cultural identity in ways that were technically and conceptually advanced. Each ziggurat is a tangible reminder that the human capacity for innovation, observation, and organization has deep roots, stretching far back into prehistory, and that the mysteries of our ancestors remain both a source of inspiration and a challenge to modern understanding. In their towering presence, the ziggurats compel awe, reflection, and a reconsideration of conventional timelines of technological and cultural development. They are a testament to the intellectual and practical capabilities of early humans, evidence that monumental achievement does not always follow a linear progression. Instead, the story of civilization is punctuated by extraordinary feats that demand both admiration and investigation. These structures endure as silent witnesses to a time when human ambition, knowledge, and spirituality converge to create works of profound complexity, challenging us to look beyond what we assume and to contemplate the full depth of our shared human heritage. In the arid deserts of southern Peru, amidst the harsh winds and vast stretches of barren land, lie ancient geoglyphs that have baffled scientists, historians, and explorers for decades. Known as the Nazca lines, these enormous designs, depicting animals, humans, geometric shapes, and abstract patterns, are etched into the desert floor with precision and scale that continues to defy explanation. What makes these lines particularly confounding is not merely their size, but the fact that they are best appreciated from the air, raising profound questions about the purpose, knowledge, and intent of the people who created them between 500 BCE and 500 CE. The Nazca lines are not just artistic expressions, they are enigmatic monuments that challenge our understanding of ancient technology, social organization, and cosmological awareness. The sheer scale of the Nazca lines is staggering. Some figures stretch over hundreds of meters, yet the lines maintain remarkable precision and proportion. The hummingbird, the monkey, the spider, and other animals are rendered with meticulous attention to detail, despite the absence of aerial vantage points for the creators. Archaeologists speculate that simple tools such as ropes, stakes, and basic surveying techniques may have been employed, yet the precision achieved, especially over such vast distances, suggests a sophisticated understanding of geometry, scaling, and spatial planning. The challenge is compounded by the desert's shifting sands and erosive forces. The fact that many of these lines have endured for over a millennium points to both careful construction and environmental factors that preserve them, but also to the extraordinary foresight of their creators. One of the most perplexing aspects of the Nazca lines is their apparent astronomical significance. Some researchers propose that certain lines and figures align with celestial bodies, solstices, and equinoxes, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. The so-called star maps theory suggests that some of the lines correspond to constellations or mark the positions of important astronomical events, potentially serving as a giant observatory or calendar. If this interpretation is correct, it implies that the Nazca people integrated cosmological knowledge into their monumental art, merging observation, ritual, and geometry in a way that speaks to a deeply holistic worldview. Such integration of practical and symbolic functions challenges modern assumptions about the intellectual capabilities of pre-Columbian civilizations. Beyond their astronomical implications, the Nazca lines may have served religious or ceremonial purposes. Scholars have theorized that the lines were pathways for ritual processions, connecting sacred sites or guiding participants in elaborate ceremonies intended to honor deities, request rainfall, or ensure agricultural fertility. The desert environment, with its scarcity of water and extreme conditions, would have made rituals to invoke natural forces critical for survival. In this context, the creation of such massive and visible designs may have been an act of devotion, a way to communicate with the spiritual realm through scale, repetition, and orientation. The precision and effort involved suggest that the creators possessed not only technical skill but also cultural motivations powerful enough to mobilize labor over extended periods. The technological implications of the Nazca lines further deepen the mystery. The desert surface is coated with a layer of darker stones and soil, beneath which lies lighter-colored earth. By carefully removing the top layer along predetermined lines, the Nazca people revealed contrasting soil that forms the designs visible today. This process, while seemingly simple, requires extraordinary planning, consistency, and understanding of terrain. Many lines stretch for several kilometers without deviation, and the angles are remarkably precise, suggesting surveying techniques that modern researchers can barely replicate without aerial support. Some scholars argue that this implies knowledge of scaling methods and proportional representation that was advanced for the era, raising questions about whether aerial observation, or imaginative alternatives, played a role in the design process. The cultural significance of the Nazca lines cannot be understated. They reflect a society capable of organizing labor, preserving collective knowledge, and creating art that resonates across centuries. The lines were not isolated creations but part of a larger landscape imbued with meaning, connecting water sources, ceremonial centers, and settlements. Their creation would have required cooperation, planning, and specialized knowledge, indicating social structures capable of sustaining long-term projects. These geoglyphs, therefore, are not only artistic or ritualistic achievements, they are markers of complex civilization, reflecting both technical acumen and cultural sophistication. What adds to the enigma is the global resonance of such monumental land art. Similar large-scale geoglyphs and earthworks appear in regions as diverse as the British Isles, North America, and Central Asia, often created independently yet reflecting comparable ambition and precision. This recurrence raises intriguing questions about the universality of human expression and ingenuity. Do these projects reflect a shared instinct to monumentalize ideas, or might there have been transmission of knowledge through unknown channels? In the case of the Nazca lines, the combination of scale, precision, and apparent astronomical integration elevates them from art to a sophisticated statement about humanity's relationship with nature, the cosmos, and the divine. Archaeological studies have also revealed smaller lines, terraces, and ancillary structures around the primary figures, suggesting that the Nazca lines were part of a larger system. These features may have served as ceremonial platforms, observation points, or markers for water sources, reinforcing the idea that the geoglyphs were not mere decoration but functional and symbolic components of a complex cultural landscape. This interconnection of form, function, and symbolism reflects a holistic understanding of environment and society, where engineering, ritual, and artistic expression converge. It also underscores the cognitive sophistication required to plan and execute such a project, where every line, curve, and figure contributes to a larger system of meaning. The enduring mystery of the Nazca lines lies not only in their creation but in their purpose. Despite decades of research, no definitive consensus exists. Were they star maps, ceremonial pathways, offerings to deities, or a combination of all these functions? The absence of written explanations forces modern scholars to rely on inference and interpretation, leaving room for speculation. Yet the precision, scale, and survival of the geoglyphs suggest that their creators possessed knowledge and intent that transcends simple artistic expression. They were deliberate, thoughtful, and sophisticated, leaving behind a landscape that continues to provoke awe, curiosity, and scholarly debate. The preservation of the lines also presents an enigma. In an environment subject to wind, erosion, and shifting sands, the geoglyphs have remained remarkably intact for over a millennium. Researchers attribute their survival to the dry, stable climate, but the enduring visibility suggests that the Nazca people may have understood and accounted for environmental factors when planning and maintaining the lines. This foresight reflects a nuanced engagement with the natural world, integrating practical environmental knowledge with symbolic and astronomical intent, and further emphasizing the sophistication of the civilization responsible. Ultimately, the Nazca lines compel us to reconsider assumptions about ancient human capabilities. They demonstrate that pre-Columbian societies were capable of complex planning, precise execution, and the integration of art, science, and spirituality in ways that continue to astonish modern observers. Each line, figure, and geometric pattern is a testament to ingenuity, vision, and cultural ambition, challenging us to acknowledge that our ancestors may have possessed understanding and skills far beyond what is typically credited. The Nazca lines are more than ancient art. They are a window into a worldview that harmonized human effort with cosmic order, leaving a legacy that continues to mystify and inspire. In their vast, silent expanses, the Nazca lines endure as monuments to human curiosity, intelligence, and spiritual aspiration. They provoke questions that remain unanswered, inspire exploration, and challenge modern assumptions about the past. As we study them, we confront a civilization that possessed not only the technical skill to manipulate its environment on a grand scale but also the vision to embed meaning, symbolism, and cosmic awareness into the very earth itself. The Nazca lines remind us that history is full of mysteries, that human ingenuity stretches far beyond our assumptions, and that the past still holds secrets capable of astonishing and inspiring us in ways that transcend time and geography. Across the arid landscapes of southern Turkey and northern Syria lie ancient stone settlements that have captivated archaeologists and historians alike, challenging long-held assumptions about the origins of urban life. Among the most enigmatic of these sites is Göbekli Tepe, a sprawling complex of megalithic enclosures that dates back to approximately 9600 BCE, making it one of the oldest known monumental structures in human history. Unlike later civilizations, which built cities after developing agriculture and settled societies, the builders of Göbekli Tepe appear to have constructed this complex during a period traditionally considered pre-agricultural, when humans were still primarily hunter-gatherers. This inversion of conventional historical timelines has forced scholars to rethink the origins of architecture, social organization, and symbolic expression in early human history. Göbekli Tepe consists of multiple circular and oval enclosures, each composed of massive T-shaped limestone pillars arranged in precise formations. Some pillars stand over 6 meters tall and weigh upwards of 20 tons, yet they were quarried, transported, and erected without the use of metal tools or wheels, technologies thought to have emerged millennia later. The surfaces of these stones are carved with intricate reliefs depicting animals, abstract symbols, and enigmatic humanoid figures. Predators, birds, snakes, and other creatures dominate the iconography, their detailed representation suggesting careful observation and artistic skill. The complexity of the carvings, combined with the precision of the structural arrangements, indicates that the builders possessed both technical expertise and a highly developed symbolic or ritualistic understanding, a combination that continues to baffle researchers. One of the most perplexing aspects of Göbekli Tepe is the apparent purpose of the site. Unlike typical settlements, there is no evidence of domestic structures, agricultural fields, or sustained habitation. Instead, the enclosures seem to have served primarily ceremonial or religious functions. The arrangement of pillars into circular formations suggests spaces designed for gatherings, rituals, or communal activities, and the carvings may have functioned as symbolic representations of spiritual beliefs or cosmological concepts. This challenges conventional narratives that propose complex religious or monumental architecture could only emerge after the development of permanent settlements and organized agriculture. Göbekli Tepe suggests that spirituality and communal organization may have driven monumental construction even before the rise of cities. The sheer scale of labor required to construct Göbekli Tepe is staggering, particularly considering the technological limitations of the era. Moving, carving, and erecting pillars weighing multiple tons would have required careful planning, coordination, and sustained communal effort. Some researchers estimate that the construction of a single enclosure may have involved hundreds of workers over decades. This level of organization implies a society capable of mobilizing labor, allocating resources, and maintaining social cohesion over extended periods, characteristics previously attributed only to much later civilizations. The presence of such advanced social structures at a time traditionally considered pre-civilized raises profound questions about the evolution of human society and collective capability. Equally intriguing is the symbolism embedded within the carvings of Göbekli Tepe. The depictions of animals, often predatory in nature, have been interpreted as representations of cosmological or spiritual forces, perhaps connected to the cycles of life and death, seasonal patterns, or shamanistic beliefs. Some scholars suggest that the abstract symbols and humanoid forms indicate early attempts at codifying myths, rituals, or a proto-writing system. The integration of symbolism with monumental architecture demonstrates that these early humans were capable not only of technical skill but also of abstract thought, cultural expression, and the creation of shared systems of meaning. The site represents a convergence of artistic, spiritual, and engineering prowess, indicating a level of cognitive sophistication that challenges assumptions about Paleolithic humans. The construction techniques at Göbekli Tepe are equally remarkable. Without the benefit of metal tools, the builders shaped massive limestone pillars using flint tools and other rudimentary implements, achieving precise forms and surfaces. The pillars were then transported from nearby quarries, sometimes over uneven terrain, and erected in perfectly vertical positions. The precision required for these tasks, combined with the weight of the stones, suggests the use of advanced knowledge of leverage, fulcrums, and collaborative labor strategies. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate these processes, but even with modern understanding, the efficiency and sophistication of the original builders remain astonishing. This challenges modern perceptions of technological progression, suggesting that ingenuity and practical problem-solving existed in forms that are often overlooked in prehistoric contexts. Göbekli Tepe also provides compelling evidence for the social and communal dimensions of early human life. The coordination required to quarry, transport, carve, and erect the massive pillars implies hierarchical organization, specialized labor, and a shared cultural or religious purpose. Unlike small, dispersed hunter-gatherer groups, the builders of Göbekli Tepe must have maintained sustained collaboration over generations, fostering social cohesion and transmitting complex knowledge across time. This level of societal organization suggests that communal identity, ritual, and spiritual life may have been key drivers of early human complexity, perhaps even preceding the development of agriculture, writing, or urbanization. Astronomical considerations may also have played a role in the design of Göbekli Tepe. Some researchers propose that the alignments of certain enclosures correspond to the positions of celestial bodies or significant astronomical events. If correct, this would imply that early humans were observing and tracking celestial cycles, integrating this knowledge into monumental architecture long before such practices were documented elsewhere. The combination of engineering, symbolic representation, and astronomical awareness reflects a multidimensional understanding of the world, where technical, spiritual, and observational knowledge were deeply intertwined. The rediscovery and excavation of Göbekli Tepe have profoundly impacted our understanding of human history. Prior to its discovery, the prevailing view held that complex societies capable of monumental architecture emerged only after the development of agriculture and permanent settlements. Göbekli Tepe overturns this assumption, demonstrating that humans were capable of creating sophisticated, large-scale, and symbolically rich constructions while still living as hunter-gatherers. This forces a re-evaluation of the drivers of civilization, suggesting that spirituality, social cohesion, and collective ritual may have been as important as agriculture in the development of complex societies. Moreover, the site challenges the linear narratives of technological and cultural evolution. The combination of technical skill, artistic expression, and social organization exhibited at Göbekli Tepe suggests that early humans possessed cognitive and practical capabilities far beyond what is often acknowledged. It implies that knowledge, creativity, and collective effort were present long before the traditional markers of civilization, and that monumental achievements may have emerged as expressions of culture and belief rather than solely for utilitarian purposes. This perspective reshapes our understanding of human potential, highlighting a continuity of ingenuity and symbolic thought stretching back into the deep past. The enigmatic nature of Göbekli Tepe also raises questions about lost knowledge. Many aspects of the construction techniques, the full significance of the carvings, and the rituals that may have taken place remain obscured. The abandonment and burial of certain enclosures by later generations suggest that some knowledge was deliberately hidden or lost over time. This deliberate concealment or accidental loss further deepens the mystery, implying that entire dimensions of early human understanding may be missing from the archaeological record. Researchers are left to reconstruct meaning from the surviving evidence, often relying on inference, analogy, and experimentation, underscoring both the richness and fragility of human knowledge. Ultimately, Göbekli Tepe stands as a profound testament to human ingenuity, creativity, and spiritual aspiration. It demonstrates that prehistoric societies were capable of monumental architecture, symbolic expression, and sophisticated social organization, challenging the conventional timelines of civilization. The site invites reflection on the origins of culture, technology, and collective human achievement, revealing that our ancestors possessed knowledge, vision, and ambition far earlier than previously believed. It is a monument not only to the people who built it but also to the enduring mystery of human history, a reminder that the past contains complexities and innovations that continue to astonish, inspire, and challenge our understanding of what it means to be human. In the silent stones and intricate carvings of Göbekli Tepe, we confront a civilization that predates farming, writing, and urbanization yet achieved an extraordinary synthesis of engineering, symbolism, and social coordination. The site compels us to reconsider assumptions about technological progression, the role of ritual and spirituality, and the very nature of human ingenuity. It endures as a reminder that history is far more intricate than conventional narratives suggest, and that the capacity for monumental achievement, abstract thought, and cultural expression has been a defining feature of humanity since the dawn of civilization itself. On the remote coastline of Japan, just off the southern tip of Yonaguni, lies a submerged formation that has ignited intense debate and fascination among archaeologists, divers, and historians. The Yonaguni Monument, discovered in the 1980s, consists of massive stone terraces, steps, and platforms submerged beneath the ocean, exhibiting geometric precision and alignment that suggest deliberate construction rather than natural formation. The site challenges assumptions about the origins of civilization in East Asia, raising profound questions about whether humans were capable of monumental architecture thousands of years earlier than previously believed, and whether evidence of lost civilizations might still lie hidden beneath rising seas. The Yonaguni Monument is both a literal and symbolic window into a past that has been obscured, prompting reconsideration of the timelines and achievements of ancient peoples. The scale of the Yonaguni structures is remarkable. Terraces rise in sharp angles, flat surfaces stretch over vast distances, and massive stone blocks appear to be interconnected in a manner that defies natural erosion explanations. Some of the largest blocks weigh several tons, and the formation exhibits right angles, parallel edges, and step-like terraces that suggest human intervention. While proponents of natural formation argue that tectonic activity and erosion could have shaped these features, the precision and repetitive geometric patterns indicate deliberate carving, placement, and planning. The level of engineering required to create such a structure, if it is indeed man-made, would have necessitated advanced knowledge of stone working, labor organization, and structural integrity long before recorded history in the region. The debate surrounding Yonaguni is fueled by its enigmatic alignment and apparent integration with its environment. Some researchers propose that the structures were oriented in relation to astronomical markers, tidal patterns, or surrounding topographical features. This implies that the builders not only understood the mechanics of construction but also possessed sophisticated awareness of the natural world, using it as a guide in the creation of monumental architecture. The alignment of terraces and platforms suggests that the site may have had ceremonial, ritualistic, or even practical functions, potentially serving as a sacred or communal center for a civilization whose traces have largely vanished beneath the ocean. The construction techniques potentially employed at Yonaguni present a tantalizing puzzle. Carving and positioning massive stones underwater would have been impossible with modern diving technology alone, implying that the structures were built during a period when sea levels were lower, possibly around 10,000 years ago. This timeframe places the monument in the late Pleistocene or early Holocene, a period conventionally considered pre-civilization for this region. If these structures are indeed human-made, it suggests the existence of a sophisticated society with capabilities for quarrying, carving, and transporting massive stones, a society that has left almost no other trace in the archaeological record. The precision of cuts and the symmetry observed in multiple sections challenge modern engineering assumptions, hinting at techniques or knowledge that may have been lost to history. The Yonaguni monument's resemblance to other megalithic sites worldwide adds to its intrigue. Just as the pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, and the terraces of South America demonstrate extraordinary ancient engineering, Yonaguni presents similar hallmarks: geometric precision, scale, alignment, and enduring presence. The parallel characteristics suggest that advanced monumental architecture may have been a recurring feature across disparate regions, raising questions about the universality of human ingenuity or the possibility of knowledge transmission between ancient civilizations. Even if independent, the emergence of such precision and ambition across cultures separated by thousands of miles and millennia suggests that early humans possessed cognitive and technical capacities far beyond what conventional timelines acknowledge. Evidence of potential human modification is seen in specific features of the site. Some terraces exhibit sharp edges and straight surfaces that are unlikely to be produced solely by natural processes. Vertical walls, right-angle corners, and carved steps point to intentional shaping, while the scale and continuity of these features suggest organized labor and planning. Marine erosion and sedimentation have obscured portions of the formation, yet enough remains visible to reveal patterns consistent with construction. The combination of natural forces and human intervention complicates interpretation, but the persistent geometrical patterns, coupled with the scale and symmetry, strongly suggest that humans played a significant role in shaping the monument. The context of rising seas adds another layer of mystery. During the last ice age, sea levels were significantly lower, exposing land that is now submerged beneath the Pacific Ocean. If Yonaguni was constructed on dry land, its submersion over millennia would explain why no other settlements or artifacts from this culture have been discovered nearby. This possibility suggests that much of the evidence of early civilizations may have been lost to rising waters, leaving behind only fragmented or submerged structures. Yonaguni thus challenges our understanding of ancient human migration, settlement, and technological capability, revealing that entire chapters of history may be hidden beneath the ocean's surface. The function of the Yonaguni monument remains speculative. Some researchers argue for ceremonial or religious purposes, citing its terraces, platforms, and potential alignments as evidence of ritualistic activity. Others propose defensive or communal functions, suggesting that the site may have been a center of governance, trade, or social organization. Still, others interpret the formations as astronomical observatories, noting alignments with solar events or celestial patterns. While no definitive conclusion has been reached, the possibility that Yonaguni served multiple purposes, ritualistic, practical, and astronomical, mirrors patterns seen in other megalithic complexes worldwide, reinforcing the notion of sophisticated and multidimensional early civilizations. The site also provokes reflection on the lost knowledge of ancient peoples. If the Yonaguni monument is human-made, the civilization responsible has left behind almost no artifacts, inscriptions, or written records, making it difficult to reconstruct its culture, technology, or social organization. The absence of evidence does not necessarily indicate the absence of achievement, rather, it highlights the fragility of human records and the potential for entire civilizations to vanish with minimal trace. This forces scholars to grapple with the limits of archaeological interpretation, acknowledging that our understanding of early human history may be incomplete and that extraordinary achievements may lie buried, waiting to be rediscovered. The Yonaguni monument also serves as a bridge between natural and human-made phenomena, challenging scholars to distinguish between geological formation and intentional construction. Tectonic activity, erosion, and sedimentation have undoubtedly shaped the landscape, yet the recurring geometric patterns and architectural features point to deliberate human intervention. This intersection of natural processes and human ingenuity mirrors other ancient sites, such as Pumapunku, Sacsayhuaman, and Stonehenge, where monumental architecture harmonizes with environmental context, further emphasizing the sophistication of early builders and integrating their constructions with the surrounding landscape. Ultimately, the Yonaguni monument stands as a testament to the enduring mysteries of human history. Whether fully natural, fully man-made, or a combination of both, the site challenges conventional assumptions about the origins of civilization in East Asia. It compels us to reconsider timelines, technological capabilities, and the resilience of human ingenuity in the face of environmental change. The monument exemplifies the capacity of early humans to create structures that endure, inspire, and provoke profound questions about knowledge, purpose, and legacy. In its silent submersion, Yonaguni invites awe and reflection. It suggests that human history is far more intricate, nuanced, and mysterious than textbooks often convey. If humans were capable of creating such a monumental site under the conditions suggested, it implies that early civilizations may have possessed skills, organization, and vision that rival, or even surpass, later cultures in certain respects. The Yonaguni monument remains a tantalizing reminder that beneath the waves of time, remnants of ancient ingenuity may still lie hidden, waiting to challenge our understanding of the past and expand our conception of what humanity has always been capable of achieving. High in the remote mountains of Peru, beyond the reach of most modern travelers, lies a complex of ruins that has puzzled archaeologists and historians for decades. Known as Machu Picchu, this ancient citadel was built during the height of the Inca Empire in the 15th century, yet its precise construction methods, purpose, and survival continue to spark intense debate. Unlike many other sites, Machu Picchu is perched on a narrow ridge between steep peaks, overlooking the Urubamba River far below. The location itself is both breathtaking and bewildering, as the Inca managed to create a sprawling city in a landscape that seems at first glance impossible for large-scale settlement. The ingenuity, planning, and engineering required to erect and maintain such a site make it one of the most extraordinary achievements in human history, raising questions about the knowledge, capabilities, and intentions of its builders. Machu Picchu consists of more than 150 structures, including temples, terraces, residential buildings, and ceremonial spaces, all integrated into the natural landscape with remarkable harmony. The terraces, carved into the mountainside, served both agricultural and structural purposes, preventing erosion while allowing cultivation on otherwise inhospitable terrain. These terraces demonstrate the Incas' advanced understanding of soil stabilization, irrigation, and microclimates, allowing them to sustain a population in a region where conventional agriculture would have been extremely challenging. Each terrace, wall, and building appears deliberately placed, suggesting that the site was designed as a coherent whole rather than a collection of isolated structures. The integration of architecture with the contours of the mountains exemplifies a sophisticated approach to engineering, planning, and environmental adaptation that continues to impress scholars and engineers alike. The precision of Inca stonework at Machu Picchu is legendary. The walls were constructed using a technique known as ashlar, in which stones are carefully cut to fit together without the use of mortar. The blocks, some weighing several tons, are shaped to interlock perfectly, allowing the structures to withstand earthquakes that frequently affect the region. This method reflects a deep understanding of both geometry and structural engineering, as the irregular shapes of stones are used strategically to distribute weight and enhance stability. The skill required to achieve such precision without modern tools highlights the technical sophistication of the Inca masons and challenges assumptions about pre-modern construction capabilities. Equally remarkable is the site's alignment with astronomical events and natural phenomena. Certain buildings, such as the Intihuatana stone, are aligned to mark solstices and other celestial events, suggesting that Machu Picchu also functioned as an astronomical observatory. The Intihuatana, often referred to as the hitching post of the sun, is a carved granite pillar whose shadow aligns with the sun at key points in the year, reflecting the Incas' advanced understanding of solar cycles and their integration into ceremonial and agricultural practices. This alignment indicates that the builders were not only skilled engineers but also keen observers of the heavens, able to translate complex celestial knowledge into durable, physical structures. The urban planning of Machu Picchu further demonstrates the sophistication of Inca society. The site is divided into distinct sectors, including residential areas, religious and ceremonial centers, and agricultural zones, all connected by a network of terraces, staircases, and pathways. Water management was another key feature, with aqueducts and drainage systems designed to channel rainfall, prevent flooding, and supply clean water to inhabitants. The careful orchestration of urban, agricultural, and hydraulic systems indicates advanced administrative capability, long-term planning, and a society capable of coordinating complex projects. The ability to integrate multiple functions, spiritual, residential, and agricultural, into a single cohesive site reflects a holistic understanding of environmental adaptation and societal needs. Machu Picchu's location adds another layer of mystery and intrigue. Its high-altitude position, surrounded by steep cliffs and dense vegetation, made it virtually inaccessible, suggesting that the site may have been intended for elite or ceremonial use rather than as a standard urban center. Some scholars propose that it served as a retreat for Inca rulers or as a spiritual hub, while others argue for strategic or defensive purposes. Regardless of its precise function, the site demonstrates intentionality, as the Inca carefully selected its location for both practical and symbolic reasons, maximizing natural defenses, vistas, and sacred significance. The interplay between topography, architecture, and ceremonial intent underscores the Inca's sophisticated approach to site selection and design. The craftsmanship and artistry evident throughout Machu Picchu also provide insights into Inca culture and values. Temples, such as the Temple of the Sun, feature finely carved stonework, niches, and ceremonial altars, reflecting both aesthetic sensibility and ritual significance. These structures were designed not only for function but also for symbolic and spiritual resonance, integrating cosmology, worship, and societal hierarchy into the built environment. Decorative motifs, carefully oriented structures, and strategic positioning all suggest a culture deeply attuned to the interplay between human activity, nature, and the cosmos. The ability to embed symbolic meaning into functional architecture exemplifies a level of intellectual and cultural sophistication rarely seen in civilizations of comparable age. Another aspect that continues to intrigue researchers is the site's sudden abandonment. Unlike other Inca cities, Machu Picchu appears to have been vacated relatively quickly, with few signs of destruction or conflict. The reasons remain unclear, with theories ranging from disease outbreaks to political upheaval or strategic withdrawal in response to Spanish conquest. The preservation of the site, combined with its remote location, has allowed archaeologists to study structures, artifacts, and layouts in a relatively intact state, offering unparalleled insights into Inca engineering, social organization, and ceremonial practice. Yet the lack of definitive records about the site's purpose or abandonment adds an enduring layer of mystery, leaving questions that may never be fully answered. The engineering techniques employed at Machu Picchu are also a testament to the Inca's ability to adapt to challenging environments. The site's terraces are designed to reduce soil erosion, regulate temperature, and optimize crop yields, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of microclimates. The drainage system prevents flooding and stabilizes the mountainside, while stairways and pathways facilitate movement across steep terrain. These engineering solutions reveal not only technical skill but also deep observation of environmental dynamics and long-term planning, illustrating a civilization capable of integrating practical problem-solving with environmental stewardship. Machu Picchu's enduring mystery is further amplified by its rediscovery in 1911 by Hiram Bingham, which brought the site to global attention after centuries of relative obscurity. Despite intense study, many questions about construction methods, social organization, and spiritual function remain unanswered. The combination of technical mastery, aesthetic vision, and integration with the landscape challenges modern preconceptions about the limits of pre-industrial societies, demonstrating that the Inca achieved feats of engineering and urban planning that continue to inspire admiration and investigation. Ultimately, Machu Picchu stands as a testament to human ingenuity, vision, and the capacity to harmonize architecture with nature. It reflects a civilization capable of complex planning, technical precision, artistic expression, and spiritual integration, all within one breathtakingly beautiful and challenging location. The site invites awe, reflection, and speculation, revealing a society that achieved extraordinary feats under conditions that modern engineers would find daunting. Machu Picchu is not only a monument to the Inca but also a reminder of humanity's enduring potential for innovation, adaptation, and the creation of beauty in the most challenging environments. In its terraces, temples, and pathways, Machu Picchu encapsulates the synthesis of engineering, art, and spirituality, offering insights into the Inca worldview and their approach to harmonizing human life with the natural world. The site challenges assumptions about what pre-modern civilizations could achieve and continues to serve as a focal point for study, exploration, and wonder. As we contemplate the precision, scale, and sophistication of Machu Picchu, we are reminded that human ingenuity has deep roots, and that the capacity to conceive and realize monumental achievements has been a defining characteristic of our species throughout history. In the vast plains of Bosnia, hidden amid rolling hills and dense forests, lies a set of structures that has ignited both fascination and controversy, the so-called Bosnian pyramids. Discovered in the early 2000s by Samir Osmanagic, these formations, primarily the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Pyramid of the Dragon, have been argued to be the oldest and largest pyramidal structures on Earth, potentially predating even the Egyptian and Mesoamerican pyramids by thousands of years. While mainstream archaeologists have expressed skepticism, citing natural geological formations, the sheer scale, alignment, and complex network of tunnels and terraces surrounding these hills suggest at least some level of deliberate human intervention. The Bosnian pyramids, if confirmed as man-made, could fundamentally challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations, engineering capabilities, and the timeline of monumental construction. The Pyramid of the Sun, the largest of the formations, rises approximately 220 meters above the surrounding terrain, surpassing even the Great Pyramid of Giza in height. Its sides appear to align closely with the cardinal points, hinting at intentional orientation and suggesting that astronomical or symbolic considerations were integral to its design. Surveys and excavations have revealed terraces and stone blocks on the slopes, some of which show signs of careful arrangement and modification. These features indicate that even if natural processes initially shaped the hills, human activity may have enhanced and modified them to achieve a pyramidal form, blending geological structures with architectural ambition. Such a synthesis of nature and construction is reminiscent of other megalithic sites worldwide, where builders harnessed existing formations to reduce labor while achieving monumental effects. Beneath these pyramidal hills lies an extensive network of tunnels and chambers, some of which contain stone blocks and artifacts that suggest sophisticated engineering. The tunnels, stretching for kilometers, display structural reinforcement, stone lining, and ventilation shafts that indicate careful planning and execution. Carbon dating of organic material found within some tunnels points to human activity spanning thousands of years, adding weight to the argument that these underground passages are more than natural caverns. The tunnel's construction demonstrates an understanding of structural stability, airflow management, and spatial organization that would have required advanced planning, collaborative labor, and technical knowledge typically attributed to much later civilizations. The alignment of the Bosnian pyramids further contributes to the enigma. Researchers have suggested that the sides of the Pyramid of the Sun and other pyramids align not only with cardinal directions but also with solstices, equinoxes, and other astronomical markers. If intentional, these alignments would reflect a deep understanding of celestial cycles and a capacity to integrate this knowledge into monumental architecture. This synthesis of engineering and astronomy is reminiscent of other ancient sites, such as the pyramids of Egypt and Stonehenge, where structures served both practical and ceremonial purposes. The potential for astronomical observation underscores the possibility that the builders possessed advanced knowledge of the cosmos, which they translated into lasting monuments. The discovery of ceramic and stone artifacts within and around the pyramids has fueled further speculation about their origins and purpose. Some of these objects appear to have been intentionally shaped or placed, suggesting ritual or ceremonial use. Others show signs of wear and manipulation consistent with human handling. While some skeptics argue that the materials could be naturally occurring, the context and arrangement of these artifacts within the tunnels and on the terraces suggest purposeful placement. If these pyramids were centers of ritual, governance, or astronomical observation, they would exemplify a level of societal organization, cultural sophistication, and technical capability previously thought impossible for the region and time period. The construction techniques potentially employed in creating the Bosnian pyramids remain a subject of intense study and debate. Theories range from the use of simple tools combined with labor-intensive methods to advanced engineering techniques that allowed for the precise alignment of massive stone blocks and terraces. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate some of these methods, revealing the challenges posed by the scale, weight, and positioning of the stones. Regardless of the techniques used, the combination of size, precision, and complexity suggests that the builders possessed not only technical skill but also the ability to mobilize and coordinate large groups of laborers over extended periods. This social and organizational capacity is as remarkable as the engineering itself, reflecting a civilization capable of executing long-term, large-scale projects. The debate surrounding the Bosnian pyramids also highlights the limitations of modern archaeology. Traditional methods rely heavily on textual evidence, typology, and comparative analysis, yet the Bosnian formations challenge these frameworks by presenting a combination of geological and potentially anthropogenic features. Determining where natural processes end and human intervention begins is inherently difficult, forcing researchers to consider alternative explanations and methodologies. The controversy itself underscores the broader issue. Our understanding of ancient civilizations may be constrained by preconceptions about technological progression, societal complexity, and the capabilities of prehistoric peoples. The Bosnian pyramids invite us to question these assumptions and remain open to the possibility that monumental construction occurred far earlier and in regions previously considered unlikely. The tunnels beneath the pyramids may also hold clues to energy and spiritual practices. Some researchers claim that certain chambers emit unusual electromagnetic readings, leading to speculation that the pyramids were designed to harness or amplify natural energies. While these claims are controversial and remain unverified by mainstream science, they reflect the enduring fascination with the site as more than a simple architectural or ceremonial achievement. Whether symbolic, functional, or energetic, the underground structures suggest that the builders were thinking in multidimensional terms, integrating physical, spiritual, and possibly astronomical considerations into their work. The Bosnian pyramids, like other megalithic sites, force us to reconsider the narrative of linear human progress. They imply that societies capable of monumental construction, sophisticated planning, and symbolic expression existed far earlier than previously acknowledged. If human hands indeed shaped these hills into pyramidal forms, it challenges assumptions about the diffusion of knowledge, the origins of architecture, and the capacity for organized labor in prehistoric Europe. Even the possibility that these formations were partially modified by humans is enough to inspire awe, as it demonstrates ambition, ingenuity, and a conceptual understanding of form and function that transcends ordinary prehistoric expectations. Furthermore, the pyramids invite reflection on the impermanence and fragility of knowledge. The civilization, or civilizations, responsible for these structures appears to have left few conventional records, making it difficult to reconstruct their social, cultural, and technological context. Natural erosion, vegetation, and human activity over millennia have obscured much of the evidence, leaving only tantalizing traces of achievement. This absence underscores a broader historical truth: monumental architecture can survive even as the societies that created it vanish, reminding us that the remnants of human ingenuity may outlast the memory of those who produced them. Ultimately, the Bosnian pyramids stand as both a challenge and an inspiration. Whether fully man-made, partially modified, or primarily natural with human enhancement, they push the boundaries of what we think is possible for early civilizations. The site compels us to reconsider timelines, question assumptions, and explore the intersection of geology, engineering, and culture in new ways. The Bosnian pyramids exemplify the enduring human drive to shape the environment, integrate knowledge with artistry, and leave a lasting legacy that transcends the passage of time. In their imposing presence, these pyramids provoke curiosity, awe, and reflection. They remind us that human history is filled with enigmas, that ingenuity often precedes documentation, and that ancient civilizations may have possessed capabilities far beyond what conventional narratives suggest. The Bosnian pyramids invite us to imagine a world where monumental architecture, advanced planning, and symbolic expression emerged independently in regions previously thought unlikely, offering a glimpse into a past that challenges, inspires, and continues to captivate our collective imagination. Hidden deep within the dense forests of southern Mexico, in the heart of the Yucatan Peninsula, lies the ancient city of Palenque, a site whose architectural sophistication and artistic mastery continue to astonish scholars and archaeologists. Constructed during the height of the Maya civilization between the 5th and 8th centuries CE, Palenque was not merely a city but a hub of culture, science, and political power. The city's temples, palaces, and ceremonial complexes reveal an intricate understanding of astronomy, hydraulics, and engineering, raising questions about the intellectual and technical capabilities of the Maya at a time when many other civilizations were still developing rudimentary infrastructure. Palenque is particularly enigmatic because of the precision with which its structures integrate art, mathematics, and cosmology, suggesting that the Maya were not only builders but also thinkers who sought to harmonize human activity with natural and celestial order. One of the most remarkable features of Palenque is the Temple of the Inscriptions, an imposing pyramid that served both as a tomb and a ceremonial center. The pyramid is home to the tomb of Pakal the Great, whose sarcophagus and funerary artifacts are masterpieces of craftsmanship and symbolism. The inscriptions on the temple walls detail historical events, genealogies, and cosmological narratives, providing a sophisticated written record of Maya history and belief. These texts reveal an advanced understanding of chronology, ritual cycles, and celestial phenomena, demonstrating that the Maya were capable of combining precise observational science with intricate symbolic representation. The very integration of written language, architecture, and ritual demonstrates a society that approached knowledge as a holistic system rather than isolated disciplines. The architectural sophistication of Palenque extends far beyond its iconic pyramids. The city's aqueducts, terraces, and reservoirs reveal an advanced understanding of hydraulics and environmental management. The Maya were able to harness and channel water, ensuring a reliable supply even during the dry season, which was essential for sustaining large populations in a challenging tropical environment. Stone channels and sophisticated drainage systems prevented flooding and erosion, showcasing an ability to manipulate the landscape to meet human needs while maintaining harmony with the natural terrain. These features suggest not only technical skill but also long-term planning and a deep awareness of environmental dynamics. Astronomical considerations are deeply embedded in Palenque's design. Certain temples and observatories were constructed to align with solar events, lunar cycles, and notable planetary positions. Observations of these celestial phenomena were likely used to regulate agricultural cycles, religious ceremonies, and civic planning. For example, the alignment of the Temple of the Cross, the Temple of the Sun, and the Temple of the Foliated Cross demonstrates intentional orientation toward celestial events, linking the city's physical space with the heavens. This integration of astronomy into urban planning reflects a worldview in which human activity, agriculture, and ritual were inseparable from the movement of the stars and planets, underscoring the intellectual sophistication of the Maya civilization. The artistry of Palenque further enhances its enigmatic character. Sculptures, reliefs, and bas-reliefs depict gods, rulers, and mythical narratives with remarkable precision and detail. Pakal's sarcophagus lid, for instance, has been interpreted as representing both his journey to the underworld and a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, though some interpretations remain controversial. The quality of craftsmanship, the symbolic layering, and the scale of artistic production suggest a highly organized society with specialized artisans and craftsmen capable of executing complex designs with meticulous accuracy. Art and architecture were deeply intertwined, functioning not merely as decoration but as a medium for conveying knowledge, belief, and power. The city's urban planning also demonstrates remarkable foresight and sophistication. Residential complexes, administrative buildings, and ceremonial centers are arranged to optimize space, airflow, and defensive positioning. The city was carefully integrated into the natural terrain, with terraces, staircases, and platforms following the contours of the landscape. This integration minimized environmental disruption while enhancing the city's aesthetic and strategic appeal. Streets, plazas, and pathways were designed for both practical movement and ritual processions, indicating a society attentive to both functional and symbolic dimensions of urban life. The combination of practical engineering, environmental awareness, and ceremonial planning highlights the Mayas' ability to create complex, multidimensional urban environments. Another striking feature of Palenque is the extensive use of mathematical precision in construction. The proportions of temples, the spacing of columns, and the alignment of architectural elements reflect advanced knowledge of geometry and proportion. Measurements were carefully considered, not only for structural integrity but also to encode symbolic and astronomical information. This combination of functionality and symbolism suggests a worldview in which mathematics, ritual, and cosmology were deeply intertwined, allowing the Maya to encode knowledge into the very fabric of their city. Such integration demonstrates a cognitive sophistication that challenges simplistic notions of pre-Columbian societies as purely ritualistic or agriculturally focused. Palenque's long-term influence on Maya culture and beyond is also significant. The city functioned as a political and cultural hub, with rulers such as Pakal the Great extending their influence over vast regions. The inscriptions, monuments, and artifacts found in Palenque reveal networks of trade, diplomacy, and intellectual exchange, suggesting that knowledge, religious practice, and engineering techniques were disseminated widely. This connectivity highlights the ability of the Maya to combine local ingenuity with broader cultural exchange, reinforcing the idea that complex civilizations were capable of both innovation and diffusion of ideas. The mysteries of Palenque extend to its abrupt decline and abandonment. Like many ancient cities, Palenque experienced a period of sudden depopulation, the reasons for which remain debated. Environmental stress, warfare, disease, or political upheaval may have contributed, yet the city's monuments, aqueducts, and inscriptions endured, preserving an extraordinary legacy of knowledge and culture. The survival of these structures provides modern researchers with a window into the intellectual and technical achievements of the Maya, even as many aspects of daily life and social organization remain elusive. Excavations at Palenque continue to reveal surprises that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. Hidden chambers, unexplored tunnels, and undeciphered inscriptions hint at layers of knowledge yet to be uncovered. Each new discovery adds depth to our understanding of Maya engineering, spirituality, and social organization, while simultaneously raising new questions about the sophistication of early societies in Mesoamerica. The city's integration of architecture, astronomy, water management, and art presents a compelling case for re-evaluating assumptions about the technological and intellectual capacities of civilizations often considered pre-industrial. Ultimately, Palenque stands as a testament to human ingenuity, creativity, and the ability to harmonize architecture with nature, cosmology, and social organization. Its temples, palaces, and ceremonial complexes reflect a civilization capable of complex planning, advanced engineering, and deep symbolic thought. Palenque demonstrates that the Maya were not merely passive participants in their environment but active creators who manipulated landscapes, celestial observation, and artistic expression to construct a cohesive and enduring cultural legacy. The city remains a symbol of the sophistication and mystery of ancient civilizations, inspiring both awe and rigorous scholarly investigation. In its towering temples, intricate carvings, and carefully aligned urban spaces, Palenque encapsulates the intellectual, spiritual, and technical achievements of the Maya. It challenges modern assumptions about the origins of engineering, astronomy, and urban planning in the Americas, reminding us that human ingenuity has always transcended technological limitations. The city continues to fascinate scholars, explorers, and visitors alike, serving as a powerful reminder that ancient civilizations were capable of remarkable feats of construction, observation, and cultural expression. Palenque's enduring mysteries inspire curiosity and reverence, inviting us to contemplate the depth, sophistication, and enduring legacy of one of the most extraordinary civilizations in human history. In the remote highlands of Guatemala, amidst dense jungles and mist-shrouded mountains, lies the ancient city of Tikal, one of the most remarkable and enigmatic centers of the Maya civilization. Flourishing between 200 and 900 CE, Tikal was a sprawling metropolis that served as both a political powerhouse and a spiritual hub, reflecting a society capable of sophisticated engineering, astronomical observation, and architectural mastery. Unlike smaller settlements, Tikal demonstrates a level of urban planning, social organization, and monumental construction that rivals the great cities of the ancient world. Its towering pyramids, expansive plazas, and intricate network of causeways speak to a civilization that not only understood the challenges of its environment but was able to manipulate the landscape to create a functional, ceremonial, and enduring urban center. One of the most striking aspects of Tikal is the scale and precision of its pyramidal temples. Temple I, also known as the Temple of the Great Jaguar, rises approximately 47 meters above the central plaza, dominating the skyline and serving both ceremonial and symbolic purposes. The steep staircases, precisely angled terraces, and carved stone facades reflect advanced engineering knowledge, allowing the structures to endure earthquakes, heavy rainfall, and the passage of centuries. These pyramids were not merely monumental tombs or ritual centers, they were expressions of political power, cosmological alignment, and social hierarchy, serving as visual representations of the authority and divine mandate of Tikal's rulers. The interplay between functionality, symbolism, and technical execution reveals a culture that integrated aesthetics, engineering, and ritual into a unified architectural vision. The construction techniques employed at Tikal demonstrate remarkable ingenuity. The Maya quarried local limestone to create massive blocks, shaping and fitting them with precision to form structurally sound edifices without the use of mortar in many cases. This method required not only manual skill but also careful planning to ensure stability and longevity. The alignment of temples and plazas often corresponds with astronomical events, such as solstices, equinoxes, and notable planetary positions, suggesting that construction was guided by both practical and symbolic considerations. The combination of structural integrity and celestial alignment indicates that the Maya were not only skilled builders but also sophisticated observers of the cosmos, integrating their understanding of natural cycles into the very fabric of the city. Tikal's urban layout reflects deliberate planning and social organization. The city is connected by causeways, or sakbiab, which linked residential zones, ceremonial centers, and surrounding agricultural terraces. These elevated pathways facilitated movement, trade, and communication, allowing the city to function efficiently despite the challenges of dense jungle terrain and variable rainfall. Residential complexes were arranged according to social hierarchy, with elite compounds located closer to the central plazas and temples, while commoner housing was situated further afield. This spatial organization demonstrates a society capable of long-term urban planning, social stratification, and resource management, reflecting a level of sophistication often underestimated in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. The city's integration of water management systems further highlights the Maya's engineering acumen. Tikal lacked a nearby river, yet the city's planners designed reservoirs, channels, and cisterns to collect and store rainwater, ensuring a reliable supply during dry periods. These hydraulic systems were carefully engineered to prevent flooding, minimize erosion, and maintain water quality, reflecting a nuanced understanding of environmental management. The combination of urban planning, monumental architecture, and water infrastructure underscores a civilization capable of addressing complex logistical challenges while simultaneously fulfilling spiritual and ceremonial needs. Astronomical knowledge played a central role in Tikal's design and function. Observatories, temple alignments, and carved stelae indicate that the Maya meticulously tracked the movements of the sun, moon, planets, and stars. This knowledge informed agricultural cycles, religious ceremonies, and political rituals, embedding celestial observation into everyday life. The city itself can be seen as a microcosm of Maya cosmology, where the positioning of temples, plazas, and causeways reflects broader understandings of time, space, and divine order. The integration of astronomy into both construction and ritual practice reveals a culture deeply attuned to natural rhythms and capable of translating abstract observation into concrete architectural form. Artistic expression at Tikal further amplifies its enigmatic allure. Stelae, altars, and temples are adorned with intricate carvings depicting rulers, gods, and mythological narratives. These works convey both historical record and spiritual symbolism, blending artistry with propaganda and religious devotion. The combination of monumental sculpture, architectural form, and urban layout demonstrates a society that communicated ideas and reinforced social cohesion through visual and spatial means. The artistic sophistication of Tikal suggests that the Maya viewed architecture, sculpture, and ritual as interconnected mediums for expressing power, belief, and cultural identity. Despite its grandeur, Tikal experienced periods of abrupt decline, leaving scholars to ponder the causes of its eventual abandonment. Environmental stress, deforestation, warfare, social upheaval, and resource depletion have all been proposed as contributing factors, but no single explanation fully accounts for the city's collapse. The resilience of its monuments, however, preserves a tangible record of Maya achievement, allowing modern researchers to reconstruct aspects of urban life, social hierarchy, and technological capability even in the absence of continuous habitation. The combination of thriving urban complexity and eventual decline underscores the vulnerability of human societies to environmental and social pressures, offering lessons that remain relevant today. Excavations and research at Tikal continue to uncover new layers of mystery. Buried structures, hidden chambers, and undeciphered inscriptions suggest that much remains to be discovered about the city's organization, religious practices, and technological innovations. Each excavation provides fresh insights into the integration of engineering, astronomy, and artistry in Maya civilization, while simultaneously raising new questions about the cognitive, social, and cultural capabilities of the people who built and sustained the city. Tikal thus functions as both a window into the past and a puzzle whose full resolution may never be entirely achieved. The enduring significance of Tikal lies in its synthesis of multiple disciplines and capabilities. Its builders combined engineering, astronomy, art, and urban planning in a manner that reflects both practical necessity and cultural vision. The city's monumental scale, architectural precision, and celestial alignment exemplify the intellectual sophistication of the Maya, challenging modern assumptions about the limits of pre-industrial societies. Tikal demonstrates that ancient civilizations were capable of creating complex, resilient, and symbolically rich urban environments, integrating knowledge from diverse domains into cohesive and enduring forms. Ultimately, Tikal stands as a testament to human ingenuity, ambition, and the drive to harmonize environment, spirituality, and society. Its pyramids, plazas, causeways, and reservoirs reflect a civilization that understood both the practical demands of urban life and the symbolic imperatives of religious and cosmological belief. The city compels awe not merely for its scale, but for the intellectual, cultural, and technical sophistication it embodies. It is a reminder that ancient societies were capable of extraordinary feats, combining observation, planning, and artistry in ways that continue to inspire and challenge modern scholarship. In the shadows of its towering pyramids and along the pathways connecting ceremonial centers, Tikal invites contemplation of a civilization that mastered both the physical and the spiritual realms. The city's enduring structures, intricate carvings, and sophisticated water and urban systems reveal a people capable of monumental achievement, careful observation, and complex social organization. Tikal's legacy endures as both a symbol of human potential and a profound mystery, prompting ongoing exploration and study while inspiring reverence for the ingenuity, vision, and resilience of one of the most remarkable civilizations in human history. Hidden within the windswept deserts of Egypt, beyond the bustling cities and the fertile Nile Valley, lie some of the most enduring and enigmatic monuments ever constructed by human hands. The Giza Plateau, home to the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and an array of smaller pyramids and tombs, has long fascinated historians, archaeologists, and the general public alike. The scale, precision, and complexity of these structures have generated countless theories, debates, and speculations, many of which challenge conventional understanding of ancient engineering, social organization, and the very limits of human capability. Even after centuries of study, the Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2580 to 2560 BCE for Pharaoh Khufu, continues to astonish with its precise alignment to the cardinal points, its enormous limestone and granite blocks, and its intricate internal passages. It is not merely a tomb, it is a marvel of mathematical knowledge, architectural sophistication, and societal coordination, raising profound questions about the intelligence, planning, and ambition of its creators. The Great Pyramid rises to an original height of approximately 146.6 meters, making it the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Each of the estimated 2.3 million blocks weighs between 2.5 and 15 tons, yet they were quarried, transported, and assembled with remarkable precision, fitting together so tightly that even a razor blade cannot be inserted between many of the stones. The precision extends beyond mere placement, the pyramid's base is level to within a fraction of an inch, and its sides are almost perfectly aligned with the four cardinal points. Achieving this degree of accuracy without modern instruments suggests that the ancient Egyptians possessed an extraordinary understanding of geometry, surveying, and engineering principles, challenging assumptions about the technological limitations of civilizations more than 4 millennia ago. One of the most compelling aspects of the Great Pyramid is the sophistication of its internal architecture. The pyramid contains multiple chambers, including the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, and a network of passageways, shafts, and relieving chambers designed to distribute weight and maintain structural stability. The use of massive granite blocks within the king's chamber, transported from quarries more than 800 kilometers away, indicates logistical capabilities and organizational skills of astonishing complexity. The precision with which these blocks were placed, and the purpose behind the internal layout, has fueled ongoing debate about whether the pyramid served solely as a tomb or also had symbolic, ritualistic, or even astronomical significance. Some theories suggest that the shafts in the king's and queen's chambers align with certain stars, linking the structure to celestial events and reinforcing the idea that the Egyptians integrated their spiritual, astronomical, and architectural knowledge into a single monumental project. The surrounding Giza Plateau further complicates the narrative. The Great Pyramid is accompanied by two other major pyramids, those of Khafre and Menkaure, as well as smaller, queen pyramids, mortuary temples, and the enigmatic Sphinx, a colossal limestone statue with a human head and a lion's body. The alignment of these structures is not random, they appear to correspond to the stars of Orion's belt, the sun's movement, and other celestial phenomena, indicating that the site was conceived as an astronomical and symbolic complex rather than a simple necropolis. The spatial planning and monumental scale suggest centralized control, abundant resources, and societal cohesion, highlighting the ability of ancient Egyptians to mobilize tens of thousands of laborers over decades to achieve a unified architectural vision. The construction techniques employed at Giza remain a subject of intense study and speculation. Ancient Egyptians did not possess metal tools capable of cutting massive granite blocks, yet the precision of their work suggests innovative methods of quarrying, shaping, and transporting stones. Theories range from the use of copper chisels and wooden sledges lubricated with water to sophisticated ramp systems capable of raising stones to unprecedented heights. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated the plausibility of these techniques, but many questions remain unanswered, particularly regarding the coordination required to maintain accuracy across hundreds of thousands of blocks, ensure proper alignment, and construct internal chambers without collapse. The process reflects not only physical labor but also highly developed engineering foresight and project management skills. Beyond engineering, the Great Pyramid reflects a deep integration of mathematics and cosmology. Its dimensions, angles, and proportions encode mathematical constants such as pi and the golden ratio, though the intentionality of these relationships remains debated. The pyramid's base perimeter divided by twice its height approximates pi, and the sloping angles correspond closely with specific geometric ratios, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of measurement and proportion. Whether these relationships were deliberately designed or coincidental, they underscore the Egyptians' ability to conceptualize abstract mathematical principles and apply them to monumental architecture, blending practical construction with intellectual vision. The Sphinx, standing nearby, adds another layer of mystery. Carved from a single limestone outcrop, this massive statue, with its human face and lion's body, measures approximately 73 meters long and 20 meters high. Its purpose, symbolism, and even age are subjects of debate, with some researchers suggesting it represents the pharaoh Khafre, while others posit more ancient origins. Erosion patterns on the Sphinx and surrounding enclosure have fueled theories that it may predate the Old Kingdom, potentially placing its construction thousands of years earlier than traditionally accepted. The Sphinx's enigmatic expression, monumental scale, and precise alignment with the rising sun during the equinoxes suggest a symbolic role linked to royal authority, solar worship, and cosmic order, reinforcing the idea that the Giza Plateau was conceived as a sacred landscape rather than merely a necropolis. The labor required to construct the pyramids and associated structures is staggering. Estimates suggest that tens of thousands of workers, including skilled artisans, laborers, engineers, and support staff, would have been involved over several decades. The logistics of supplying food, shelter, tools, and water to a massive workforce in a desert environment required sophisticated planning and resource management. Contrary to popular myths of slave labor, evidence indicates that the workforce consisted largely of conscripted peasants and skilled laborers who may have been motivated by religious duty, social obligation, or economic compensation. The scale of coordination and organization reflects a society capable of mobilizing human and material resources with precision, vision, and administrative competence rarely matched in human history. Religious and spiritual significance permeates the Giza complex. The pyramids and Sphinx were not merely functional tombs, they embodied cosmological beliefs, rituals, and the pharaoh's divine mandate. The alignment with celestial bodies, incorporation of astronomical shafts, and inclusion of symbolic carvings and reliefs indicate a culture in which religion, astronomy, and governance were deeply intertwined. The monuments served as focal points for ceremonial activity, reinforcing social cohesion and legitimizing the authority of the ruling elite. The integration of spiritual, political, and scientific knowledge into physical structures demonstrates the Egyptians' holistic approach to society, where architecture was both practical and metaphysical, capable of expressing cultural identity, cosmic order, and human aspiration simultaneously. The mysteries of the Great Pyramid extend to its internal chambers, particularly the so-called air shafts and unexplored cavities. Some shafts appear to align with specific stars or constellations, while others may have had ventilation, ceremonial, or symbolic purposes. Recent discoveries of voids within the pyramid, identified through advanced scanning technologies, have sparked speculation about hidden chambers or undiscovered artifacts. These internal spaces, combined with the sophisticated external geometry, reinforce the notion that the pyramid was designed as an integrated system, reflecting an understanding of structural integrity, symbolic representation, and possibly even metaphysical principles that continues to elude modern comprehension. The endurance of the pyramids is itself remarkable. For over 4 millennia, these structures have withstood earthquakes, flooding, wind erosion, and human activity, remaining largely intact. Their durability is a testament to the Egyptians' understanding of materials, construction methods, and environmental forces. The limestone and granite blocks, carefully cut, placed, and interlocked, allow the pyramids to endure where lesser constructions would have crumbled. The longevity of these monuments not only preserves cultural memory but also serves as a continuous source of fascination, study, and inspiration, reminding us of humanity's capacity to create enduring legacies. The Giza Plateau continues to challenge our understanding of ancient civilization. The combination of precise engineering, astronomical knowledge, social organization, and religious symbolism suggests a level of sophistication that often appears incongruent with contemporary perceptions of prehistoric societies. The site forces us to consider questions of lost knowledge, the transmission of technical skills, and the extent to which ancient peoples could conceptualize, plan, and execute projects that rival or surpass modern engineering feats. It invites speculation about what other monumental achievements may have existed in antiquity, now lost to time, environmental change, or human neglect. Ultimately, the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and the surrounding structures stand as enduring symbols of human ambition, intelligence, and vision. They reflect a civilization capable of integrating art, mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and social organization into a single monumental expression. The mysteries surrounding their construction, purpose, and alignment continue to inspire wonder, debate, and research, challenging modern assumptions about the capabilities of ancient peoples. These monuments are not only relics of a bygone era but also timeless reminders of humanity's drive to reach beyond ordinary limits, to harmonize knowledge with vision, and to leave a legacy that transcends the boundaries of time. In the shadow of the pyramids, one cannot help but feel the magnitude of human achievement and the enduring power of curiosity, ambition, and collective effort. The Giza Plateau stands as a testament to the ingenuity, planning, and vision of ancient Egyptians, a civilization that sought to immortalize both human and cosmic order in stone. The alignment, precision, and enduring grandeur of these monuments compel us to reconsider what is possible when knowledge, resources, and human determination converge. The pyramids endure not merely as structures but as symbols of mystery, intellect, and the eternal human quest to understand, measure, and harmonize with the universe, a quest that continues to captivate and challenge us thousands of years after their construction. Nestled in the arid expanses of the Nazca Desert in southern Peru, a landscape already marked by its stark, otherworldly beauty, lies one of the most enigmatic and perplexing archaeological phenomena ever discovered, the Nazca Lines. Stretching across nearly 450 square kilometers, these vast geoglyphs, etched into the desert floor, depict hundreds of figures, ranging from simple geometric shapes to elaborate representations of animals, plants, and human-like figures, some extending over hundreds of meters in length. What makes the Nazca Lines particularly confounding is not merely their scale, but the precision with which they were created and their apparent purpose, which continues to elude definitive explanation despite decades of research. Their very existence challenges conventional understandings of ancient engineering, cosmology, and ritual practice, suggesting a society capable of conceptualizing enormous, abstract designs and executing them with extraordinary accuracy without aerial perspective. The construction of the Nazca Lines involved the deliberate removal of the top layer of reddish-brown iron oxide-coated stones, revealing the lighter-colored earth beneath. This method created stark contrasts visible from great distances, yet, remarkably, many of the most intricate figures can only be fully appreciated from elevated viewpoints or, arguably, from the air. The sheer precision of the lines, which remain remarkably straight over several kilometers, as well as the scale and proportion of animal and anthropomorphic figures, indicates careful planning and sophisticated measurement techniques. Scholars continue to debate how the Nazca people achieved such accuracy without modern surveying tools, suggesting they may have employed rudimentary yet ingenious methods involving ropes, stakes, grids, and observation from nearby hills. Regardless of the techniques used, the lines reflect a level of geometric understanding and organizational capacity that is astonishing for a society that existed over 1,500 years ago. Among the most iconic geoglyphs are depictions of animals, including a hummingbird stretching nearly 93 meters, a spider over 46 meters, a monkey extending 55 meters, and a condor whose wingspan measures more than 130 meters. The size and detail of these figures indicate a deliberate and sophisticated understanding of proportion and design. The creators were not merely sketching for immediate aesthetic pleasure but were likely embedding symbolic, religious, or astronomical significance into these enormous depictions. Some researchers suggest that the animals represented elements of the natural and spiritual world, functioning as part of ceremonial rituals, cosmological observances, or offerings to deities associated with fertility, water, or agricultural cycles. The repetition of certain motifs hints at a complex symbolic language that integrated visual representation, myth, and environment. The geometric lines and shapes, including trapezoids, spirals, and parallel lines, present additional layers of mystery. Many of these lines extend for kilometers in nearly perfect straightness, a feat that requires meticulous surveying and planning. Some researchers argue that these lines may have functioned as pathways for ritual processions, astronomical markers, or ceremonial spaces where priests and participants enacted religious observances. The alignment of some geometric figures with solar and lunar events suggests that the Nazca people may have incorporated astronomical knowledge into their geoglyphs, tracking celestial cycles to guide agricultural activities or ritual calendars. This integration of art, cosmology, and practical utility demonstrates the multidimensional intelligence of the Nazca civilization, blending scientific observation with spiritual expression. Water, the lifeblood of any desert society, plays a central role in understanding the Nazca lines. The Nazca region is hyperarid, yet underground aquifers and seasonal rivers provided a fragile but essential water supply. Some researchers propose that the lines, particularly the straight paths and trapezoids, may have served as sacred markers pointing toward water sources or as conduits for ritual processions intended to invoke rainfall. The repeated depiction of animals associated with fertility, such as monkeys, hummingbirds, and spiders, further supports the notion that the geoglyphs had a functional as well as symbolic relationship with agriculture and water management. In this sense, the Nazca lines may have acted as both spiritual tools and practical guides for sustaining human life in one of the harshest environments on Earth. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Nazca lines is their visibility, or rather, the lack thereof, from the ground. The vast majority of the figures are only fully discernible from elevated vantage points or, hypothetically, from the air. This has led to a variety of hypotheses, including the controversial notion that the lines were designed for deities or celestial observers, possibly as offerings to gods who were imagined to inhabit the sky. While this idea remains speculative, it underscores the extraordinary level of abstraction and conceptual thinking present in Nazca culture. The ability to envision massive, coherent figures without seeing the completed product in full view is indicative of a society capable of sophisticated planning, visualization, and perhaps even collaborative coordination across large workforces. The scale and distribution of the Nazca lines further emphasize their complexity. The geoglyphs are not confined to a single area but spread across a broad swath of the desert, sometimes clustering in ceremonial centers while other lines extend as solitary markers over vast distances. This dispersion suggests that the Nazca lines were part of a broader cultural landscape, integrating settlements, ceremonial hubs, and natural features into a unified ritual and symbolic network. Some researchers posit that the lines functioned as a form of communication, either between different communities or between humans and the divine, signaling intent, devotion, or alignment with cosmic events. The deliberate placement of the lines in relation to mountains, valleys, and other natural landmarks demonstrates that the Nazca were attuned to both terrestrial and celestial landscapes. The creation of the Nazca lines also required extraordinary labor coordination. Tens of thousands of individuals may have participated in the planning, marking, and execution of these geoglyphs over many years. Maintaining straight lines for kilometers, shaping intricate animal forms, and ensuring proportionality across vast distances would have necessitated meticulous oversight, measurement, and repeated verification. This implies the existence of social hierarchies, skilled artisans, and specialized knowledge holders capable of guiding large-scale cooperative projects. The endeavor reflects not only technical ingenuity but also social organization, as the lines would have demanded collective effort, coordination, and long-term commitment from the community. Interpretations of the Nazca lines remain diverse and often controversial. Early researchers, such as Maria Reich, argued that many of the lines functioned as astronomical calendars, aligning with solstices and celestial events to guide agricultural cycles. Others suggest the geoglyphs served as sacred pathways for ritual processions, invoking divine favor or marking pilgrimage routes. Still, others propose that the lines acted as symbolic representations of cosmological myths, integrating depictions of animals, humans, and abstract geometric forms into a cohesive spiritual worldview. The multiplicity of interpretations highlights the depth of cultural, spiritual, and intellectual sophistication embodied in the Nazca lines, demonstrating that these geoglyphs were likely multifunctional, serving both practical and ceremonial purposes simultaneously. The preservation of the Nazca lines is equally remarkable. The desert's extreme aridity, combined with stable temperatures and minimal rainfall, has allowed these geoglyphs to remain visible for over 1,500 years, resisting erosion that would have destroyed similar works in more temperate climates. Yet, the lines remain fragile, threatened by modern human activity, including road construction, illegal tourism, and environmental change. Efforts to preserve and study the geoglyphs underscore their cultural, historical, and scientific significance, reminding us of the need to protect humanity's most extraordinary achievements from the irreversible effects of neglect and exploitation. The Nazca lines compel reflection on the cognitive and cultural capabilities of pre-Columbian societies. Creating designs of such scale and precision, without aerial vantage points, sophisticated machinery, or modern tools, demonstrates a level of abstract thought, spatial intelligence, and social coordination that continues to challenge modern assumptions. The lines illustrate how early civilizations could integrate environmental knowledge, spiritual practice, and astronomical observation into monumental works that transcend mere functionality, embodying complex symbolic and ritual meaning. They reflect a worldview in which human activity, cosmic cycles, and spiritual devotion were inseparably intertwined, revealing the Nazca as a society capable of conceptualizing and manifesting ideas far beyond immediate survival needs. Ultimately, the Nazca lines endure as a testament to human ingenuity, creativity, and the power of abstract thought. They embody the ability of an ancient civilization to conceive monumental forms that harmonize with both the earth and the sky, integrating spiritual, practical, and aesthetic dimensions into enduring works of art. The geoglyphs challenge modern observers to reconsider the capabilities of societies often dismissed as primitive, revealing a culture capable of large-scale planning, precise execution, and symbolic sophistication. They are monuments not merely of stone and earth but of imagination, vision, and the enduring human desire to communicate across space, time, and even dimensions beyond the ordinary perception of life on the ground. In contemplating the Nazca lines, one is struck by their mystery, scale, and audacity. Stretching across a barren desert, these enormous geoglyphs testify to a civilization that dared to make the invisible visible, creating works whose significance may have been intended for divine eyes, cosmic observation, or communal remembrance. The lines invite awe and inquiry, bridging the human, the terrestrial, and the celestial. They remain among the most extraordinary achievements of ancient ingenuity, offering enduring lessons about vision, perseverance, and the capacity of human societies to transform their understanding of the world into monumental, lasting forms that continue to intrigue, inspire, and challenge us more than a millennium later. Deep within the deserts of southern Iraq, along the winding courses of the ancient Tigris and Euphrates rivers, lies the cradle of one of humanity's earliest civilizations, Mesopotamia. Often called the land between the rivers, this region is home to countless archaeological wonders, from the ziggurats of Ur and Babylon to the ruins of ancient cities like Eridu and Nineveh. Among these, the ziggurats stand out as architectural enigmas, raising questions not only about the technical capabilities of early societies but also about the spiritual, political, and astronomical knowledge embedded in these monumental constructions. These stepped pyramidal structures, built thousands of years ago, were far more than simple temples. They embodied the Mesopotamians' understanding of the cosmos, societal hierarchy, and the complex interplay between human ambition and divine authority. The ziggurats were not merely functional edifices but symbolic bridges between the earth and the heavens, reflecting the civilization's sophisticated grasp of engineering, mathematics, and religious philosophy. The construction of ziggurats was a monumental undertaking, requiring immense resources, coordinated labor, and meticulous planning. These structures were typically built with mud bricks and, in some cases, fired bricks, layered to form a series of terraces that rose high above the surrounding plains. The largest and most famous, the ziggurat of Ur, commissioned by King Ur-Nammu around 2100 BCE, reached an estimated height of over 30 meters, dwarfing contemporary structures in the region. The precision with which these terraces were constructed, their symmetrical alignment, and the durability achieved despite the use of mud brick testify to an advanced understanding of materials, load distribution, and architectural stability. The builders also incorporated stairways, ramps, and ceremonial platforms, suggesting that the ziggurats were designed to accommodate processions, rituals, and possibly astronomical observations. Each ziggurat was both a functional temple complex and a monumental expression of royal and divine authority, demonstrating the integration of religious devotion, civic power, and technical expertise. Astronomy played a critical role in the design and orientation of Mesopotamian ziggurats. Many were aligned according to cardinal points or positioned in relation to prominent celestial events, reflecting the civilization's intricate knowledge of the stars, planets, and lunar cycles. This astronomical awareness was not merely academic, it informed agricultural planning, religious festivals, and the regulation of civic life. The ziggurat, rising above the city, may have served as both a terrestrial anchor for observing celestial phenomena and a symbolic platform connecting humanity to the divine cosmos. Observations made from the top of these towering structures could have facilitated the development of calendars, predictive systems for agricultural cycles, and rituals timed with solstices, equinoxes, or planetary alignments. The ziggurats thus acted as a nexus where religion, science, and governance converged, illustrating the holistic worldview of the Mesopotamians. The symbolic and ritual significance of ziggurats extended beyond their architectural and astronomical functions. Each terrace and chamber embodied layers of cosmological meaning, representing the connection between the earthly and the divine. Priests and rulers would ascend the terraces in ceremonial processions, enacting rituals intended to maintain harmony between gods and humans. The very act of ascending these stepped platforms was likely imbued with spiritual significance, representing a journey from the mundane world toward the divine realm. The integration of ritual movement, sacred architecture, and urban visibility reinforced the power of the priesthood and monarchy, as the ziggurats stood as constant reminders of the societal and cosmic order, visible to all inhabitants of the city. Construction techniques for ziggurats reveal an impressive level of engineering ingenuity. The Mesopotamians had to contend with the challenges of building large, multi-tiered structures in a region prone to flooding and environmental instability. To address these challenges, builders employed core and veneer techniques, creating a solid inner core of mud brick and reinforcing the exterior with fired bricks. Drainage channels, sloped terraces, and strategic layering ensured that the structures could withstand seasonal rains and erosion. These methods demonstrate not only practical problem-solving but also an understanding of long-term structural resilience, indicating that Mesopotamian architects and engineers were capable of sophisticated planning and execution under challenging environmental conditions. The ziggurats were also centers of civic and administrative life, reflecting the interwoven nature of religion, governance, and economic control in Mesopotamia. The temples atop the ziggurats housed religious artifacts, ceremonial spaces, and offerings, often managed by an extensive priesthood. These complexes likely functioned as administrative hubs as well, controlling grain storage, trade, and resource distribution within the city. By combining religious, economic, and political authority within a single architectural focal point, the ziggurats reinforced centralized control and societal hierarchy. The physical prominence of these structures mirrored the centralized power structures of Mesopotamian cities, symbolizing both divine favor and human authority in a single, awe-inspiring monument. Artifacts discovered in and around ziggurats provide further insight into the sophistication of Mesopotamian civilization. Tablets inscribed with cuneiform script reveal complex systems of mathematics, record-keeping, and astronomical observation. Some tablets indicate the use of geometry, ratios, and early principles of engineering, which may have informed construction techniques. Decorative elements, such as reliefs, inscriptions, and symbolic motifs, reflect both aesthetic sensibilities and spiritual beliefs, integrating art into functional and ceremonial architecture. These discoveries highlight a society that was intellectually advanced, capable of integrating technical knowledge with symbolic expression to create structures that were both functional and meaningful. The scale and labor requirements of ziggurat construction underscore the organizational capacity of early Mesopotamian society. Tens of thousands of workers, including skilled artisans, laborers, and support personnel, would have been required over many years to complete a single structure. Coordinating such an endeavor necessitated centralized planning, logistical support for food and housing, and sustained leadership, reflecting a civilization with sophisticated administrative systems and social cohesion. The monumental scale of the ziggurats also served as a visible testament to the ruler's power and the city's prosperity, reinforcing social hierarchies and demonstrating the capacity of a human society to achieve extraordinary feats of collective effort. Ziggurats are not isolated phenomena but part of a broader tradition of monumental construction in Mesopotamia. From the earliest step structures at Eridu to the towering edifices in Babylon and Ur, the development of these pyramidal forms represents a continuity of technical innovation, ritual significance, and socio-political expression. Each generation built upon the knowledge of its predecessors, refining construction methods, astronomical alignment, and ceremonial function. This continuity illustrates the transmission of architectural and cultural knowledge over centuries, revealing a civilization capable of long-term planning, innovation, and the integration of multiple domains of expertise. The enduring mystery of ziggurats extends to questions about their original intent and full symbolic meaning. While their religious, astronomical, and administrative functions are widely recognized, some researchers have suggested that they may have also encoded cosmological or metaphysical knowledge lost to history. The alignment, proportion, and placement of ziggurats within the urban landscape suggest a deliberate engagement with both terrestrial and celestial dimensions, creating structures that were simultaneously practical, symbolic, and transcendent. These hypotheses challenge modern scholars to reconsider conventional interpretations, reminding us that ancient civilizations often possessed conceptual frameworks and intellectual capacities that extend beyond contemporary understanding. Ultimately, Mesopotamian ziggurats stand as monuments to human ingenuity, ambition, and the integration of diverse knowledge systems. They reflect a society capable of combining engineering, mathematics, astronomy, religion, and administration into cohesive and enduring architectural forms. Their towering presence continues to inspire awe and curiosity, illustrating that even in the earliest urban civilizations, humans sought to create structures that were functional, symbolic, and transcendent. The ziggurats are not merely relics of an ancient past, they are enduring testimonies to the capacity of human societies to imagine, organize, and realize monumental visions that communicate power, devotion, and cosmic understanding across millennia. In contemplating these massive step structures rising above the flat Mesopotamian plains, one is struck by the convergence of practical engineering and spiritual aspiration. The ziggurats were designed to endure the ravages of time and environment while simultaneously asserting the presence of human ingenuity and divine connection. Their construction required not only physical labor but intellectual vision, careful measurement, and coordinated effort, reflecting a civilization that understood the power of architecture to embody and communicate cultural values. As we examine the remains of these monumental edifices, we are reminded that the people of Mesopotamia were architects not only of buildings but of society itself, shaping the landscape, the cosmos, and human perception in ways that continue to captivate and challenge our understanding thousands of years later. In the rugged highlands of Peru, far above the arid coastal plains and nestled within the soaring peaks of the Andes, lies Machu Picchu, the legendary, lost city of the Incas. Shrouded in mist and mystery, this ancient citadel, perched at an elevation of 2,430 meters, has fascinated explorers, historians, and archaeologists since its rediscovery by Hiram Bingham in 1911. Yet Machu Picchu is far more than a spectacular ruin. It is a testament to the extraordinary engineering, astronomical knowledge, urban planning, and cultural sophistication of the Inca civilization. The city's construction demonstrates a remarkable integration of human ingenuity with the natural environment, blending stone, terracing, and architecture seamlessly into the steep mountainside, while simultaneously reflecting spiritual, ceremonial, and practical functions that continue to challenge and intrigue modern researchers. Machu Picchu was built during the height of the Inca Empire in the 15th century, likely under the reign of Pachacuti, a ruler renowned for his vision and ambition. The site encompasses roughly 13 square kilometers and contains over 150 structures, including temples, palaces, agricultural terraces, and residential complexes. Every element of the city reflects deliberate planning and meticulous execution. The Incas, without the use of mortar, crafted stones to fit together with such precision that the blocks interlock perfectly, a technique known as ashlar masonry. This construction method allowed the structures to withstand the frequent earthquakes of the Andean region, demonstrating both practical engineering foresight and aesthetic sophistication. The integration of architecture with the rugged terrain, using natural rock outcrops as foundations and alignments, exemplifies a harmonious approach to urban planning, where human ambition respects and adapts to environmental constraints rather than dominating them. One of the most remarkable features of Machu Picchu is its advanced agricultural system. The Incas constructed terraces on steep mountain slopes, supported by retaining walls and sophisticated drainage networks, which prevented soil erosion and allowed cultivation at high altitudes. These terraces were designed not only to maximize arable land but also to regulate microclimates, optimize sunlight exposure, and enhance water retention. Crops such as maize, potatoes, quinoa, and other native plants thrived on these engineered terraces, demonstrating a deep understanding of environmental adaptation, sustainable agriculture, and resource management. The integration of agricultural planning with urban and ceremonial architecture illustrates the holistic approach of the Inca civilization, where survival, culture, and spirituality were inseparably intertwined. Machu Picchu's spiritual and ceremonial significance further enhances its mystique. The Temple of the Sun, the Intihuatana stone, and the Room of the Three Windows are some of the most iconic religious structures, each aligned with solar, lunar, or seasonal events. The Intihuatana, often referred to as a hitching post of the sun, is a carved stone that functions as an astronomical marker, signaling solstices and other key points in the solar cycle. These alignments suggest that the Incas possessed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and its integration into civic, agricultural, and religious life. The city itself may have been a royal estate, a ceremonial center, or even an observatory for elite priests and rulers, reflecting a society in which cosmology, governance, and daily life were interdependent and harmonized through architecture and spatial design. The urban planning of Machu Picchu demonstrates remarkable attention to both functionality and symbolism. Residential areas were organized according to social hierarchy, with elite sectors, including palaces and ceremonial compounds, situated in the most strategic and scenic locations, while commoner housing and artisans' quarters occupied peripheral zones. Roads, stairways, and plazas facilitated movement throughout the city, providing efficient circulation while also supporting ritual processions and social interaction. Water management was equally advanced, with aqueducts, fountains, and drainage channels ensuring a reliable supply of fresh water while preventing flooding and erosion. This intricate urban infrastructure reflects a civilization capable of balancing the practical needs of daily life with the ceremonial and spiritual imperatives of the ruling elite, demonstrating a holistic vision of city planning that integrates utility, aesthetics, and symbolic meaning. The engineering challenges of constructing Machu Picchu on such steep and unstable terrain are staggering. The Incas carved terraces into sheer cliffs, built retaining walls with interlocking stones, and carefully channeled water to prevent landslides. Massive boulders were transported, shaped, and positioned with precision, yet without the benefit of modern machinery or draft animals beyond llamas. Scholars and engineers continue to marvel at how the Incas achieved such feats, hypothesizing the use of levers, ramps, and human labor coordinated with meticulous organization. The durability of Machu Picchu, which has withstood centuries of earthquakes and natural erosion, stands as evidence of an advanced understanding of geology, structural mechanics, and environmental adaptation. Every stone, terrace, and building appears to have been carefully considered, reflecting a civilization capable of sophisticated problem-solving and long-term planning. Machu Picchu also embodies profound symbolic meaning. The city's location, tucked between the peaks of Machu Picchu and Huayna Picchu, suggests deliberate selection for its sacred topography. The surrounding mountains were considered sacred apis, or spirits of the mountains, and the city's alignment with these peaks reinforces the spiritual connection between humans and the natural world. The precise orientation of temples, terraces, and ceremonial platforms may also have encoded cosmological knowledge, aligning human activity with celestial and terrestrial cycles. This interplay between geography, spirituality, and architecture reflects a worldview in which humans were part of a larger cosmic order, and where monumental construction was a means of expressing and reinforcing that relationship. The rediscovery of Machu Picchu in 1911 by Hiram Bingham brought the site to global attention, but it also sparked debates about its original purpose and significance. Some scholars argue that it served primarily as a royal estate for Pachacuti and his descendants, offering a secluded retreat for elite activities. Others suggest it was a ceremonial and religious center, perhaps functioning as a pilgrimage site or observatory for priests. Artifacts, including pottery, tools, and ceremonial items, suggest a combination of domestic, agricultural, and ritual functions, indicating that Machu Picchu was a multifaceted complex rather than a single-purpose settlement. The ambiguity surrounding its original use only enhances the city's allure, as it invites ongoing investigation, interpretation, and wonder. Beyond its architectural and engineering marvels, Machu Picchu also provides insight into the social, political, and economic organization of the Inca Empire. The scale of construction and the precision of labor organization imply a highly centralized society capable of mobilizing thousands of workers for extended periods. Skilled artisans, engineers, architects, farmers, and laborers collaborated to create a city that was not only functional and beautiful but also resilient against environmental and seismic challenges. The integration of social hierarchy into urban design, with distinct zones for elites, commoners, and ceremonial activity, reflects an understanding of social cohesion, governance, and the interplay between political authority and cultural expression. Machu Picchu's enduring mystery is compounded by its preservation. Hidden from Spanish conquistadors during the colonial era, it escaped the widespread destruction that befell much of the Inca civilization. As a result, modern researchers can study an almost pristine example of Inca urbanism, engineering, and ritual practice. The site provides a unique window into the technological and cultural sophistication of a society often romanticized but rarely understood in its complexity. Every terrace, temple, and stone wall speaks to meticulous planning, astronomical awareness, and the integration of human activity with the natural and spiritual environment. The city's agricultural terraces, temples, and water systems exemplify a society capable of harmonizing human needs with environmental constraints. Terraces provided not only food but also stabilized steep slopes, preventing landslides. Water channels and aqueducts were engineered to ensure consistent irrigation, while drainage systems protected buildings from damage during heavy rains. The Incas demonstrated a profound understanding of microclimates, soil management, and hydrology, suggesting that their knowledge extended far beyond basic survival techniques into sophisticated ecological engineering. These accomplishments highlight the ingenuity required to maintain a large, elevated city in a region prone to seismic activity, unpredictable rainfall, and limited arable land. The ceremonial and astronomical functions of Machu Picchu further illustrate the Inca integration of science, ritual, and architecture. The Temple of the Sun, with its semicircular walls and strategic placement on a rock outcrop, aligns with solstitial events, suggesting its use in solar observations and religious ceremonies. The Intihuatana stone, carefully carved to interact with the sun's shadow, may have functioned as a calendar, marking important agricultural or ceremonial dates. These features reflect a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics and their relevance to daily and spiritual life, demonstrating that the Incas were not only builders and farmers but also astronomers and mathematicians who encoded their knowledge into stone and landscape. Ultimately, Machu Picchu stands as a monument to human ingenuity, resilience, and the integration of culture, technology, and environment. Its terraces, temples, and urban layout reveal a civilization capable of conceptualizing, planning, and executing a city that is simultaneously practical, beautiful, and spiritually resonant. The harmony of architecture with geography, the precision of construction, and the integration of astronomical observation reflect a civilization whose sophistication continues to inspire wonder. Machu Picchu is not only a testament to the achievements of the Inca but also a symbol of humanity's capacity to adapt, innovate, and create enduring legacies in harmony with the natural world. Walking among the terraces, temples, and pathways of Machu Picchu, one cannot help but feel the convergence of human ambition, environmental adaptation, and spiritual vision. The city embodies a civilization that understood the interdependence of architecture, agriculture, astronomy, and ritual, creating a complex urban and ceremonial landscape that continues to awe scholars, travelers, and dreamers alike. It remains a living testament to the ingenuity, vision, and cultural sophistication of the Inca, a civilization capable of transforming steep, rugged mountains into a harmonious city that bridged the earthly and the divine, leaving a legacy that endures as one of humanity's most extraordinary achievements. On the windswept steppes of Kazakhstan, scattered across the vast expanses of the Eurasian plains, lie the ruins of one of the most perplexing and enigmatic ancient civilizations, the remnants of the Saka and Scythian cultures. Among their most mysterious artifacts are the so-called Golden Man burials, rich tombs containing elaborately adorned skeletons encased in gold regalia and accompanied by exquisite weaponry, jewelry, and ceremonial items. Discovered in the 1960s near the Issyk burial mound, the Golden Man, wearing a full suit of golden armor, headdress, and intricate ornaments, immediately captivated archaeologists and historians, challenging conventional narratives about nomadic societies. Far from being simple pastoralists, the Saka and Scythians demonstrated extraordinary sophistication in metallurgy, artistry, military strategy, and social organization. These burial sites suggest a culture that fused nomadic mobility with highly developed ceremonial traditions, elite hierarchy, and symbolic expression, raising profound questions about the interplay between mobility, culture, and power in early Eurasian civilizations. The Golden Man, also known as the Golden Warrior, presents a startling image of sophistication and opulence in what many outsiders might assume to have been a relatively primitive society. The suit of gold consists of thousands of individual pieces meticulously hammered, shaped, and riveted together to create armor capable of both ceremonial display and possibly symbolic protection in the afterlife. Every element, from the intricately embossed breastplate to the delicate headdress adorned with animal motifs, conveys a deep connection between craftsmanship, symbolism, and status. The level of metallurgical expertise required to produce such artifacts indicates a highly specialized society capable of advanced metalworking techniques, including casting, embossing, and gilding, suggesting that nomadic cultures were far more technologically and artistically sophisticated than traditionally assumed. Equally striking are the burial contexts themselves. The Golden Man was interred in a large earthen mound, accompanied by an array of ritual objects, including weapons, jewelry, ceramics, and sometimes horses. These burials suggest a belief system in which the afterlife was populated with the same objects, social roles, and symbols that defined life, reflecting a sophisticated spiritual cosmology. The inclusion of horses, often in elaborate ceremonial positions, points to the centrality of mounted mobility in Saka and Scythian culture, highlighting the integration of practical skills with spiritual and social significance. The care and scale of these burials demonstrate that these were not spontaneous or improvised rituals but carefully orchestrated ceremonies designed to honor elite individuals and assert social cohesion across nomadic groups. The symbolism embedded in the golden man's attire is equally profound. Many of the gold ornaments and motifs depict animals, such as deer, eagles, or mythical hybrid creatures, reflecting a cosmology in which natural and supernatural forces were intertwined. These motifs may have served protective, spiritual, or political functions, acting as talismans to safeguard the individual in life and death while also asserting authority and divine favor. The recurring use of animal symbolism aligns with a broader Eurasian steppe tradition, in which shamans, warriors, and rulers were depicted as mediators between human and supernatural realms. The visual language encoded in these artifacts reveals a culture deeply attuned to symbolism, narrative, and the projection of power through artistic expression. Beyond individual burials, the broader archaeological record of the Saka and Scythians demonstrates their sophisticated societal organization. Settlements, fortifications, and burial mounds indicate a society capable of coordinating large-scale construction projects, managing resources, and maintaining hierarchical structures across vast territories. Artifacts suggest extensive trade networks, linking the Eurasian steppe with distant regions, facilitating the exchange of metals, textiles, and luxury goods. The combination of mobility, social hierarchy, and economic interconnectedness challenges the simplistic notion of nomads as culturally or technologically limited, revealing instead a dynamic and adaptive civilization capable of blending movement with complex societal organization. The metallurgical achievements of these cultures are particularly noteworthy. Gold, silver, and bronze were not merely decorative, they were employed to create functional and symbolic items with extraordinary precision. Weapons were designed for both practical effectiveness and ceremonial display, blending functionality with aesthetic sophistication. Jewelry and ornaments demonstrated meticulous craftsmanship, with intricate filigree, repoussé, and inlay techniques that rivaled contemporary sedentary civilizations in Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Aegean. This level of technological skill suggests the existence of specialized artisans, workshops, and knowledge transmission systems capable of sustaining high-quality production across generations. The artisan's ability to manipulate materials with such precision reflects a deep understanding of chemistry, metallurgy, and design principles, defying assumptions about nomadic cultures as lacking permanent centers of expertise. The social and political significance of the Golden Man burials extends beyond personal glorification. These tombs served as public statements of authority, reinforcing the status of elite individuals and their families within the wider nomadic society. The scale of the mounds, the richness of the grave goods, and the symbolic imagery broadcast power, wealth, and divine favor to the community at large. By demonstrating control over precious materials, skilled labor, and ceremonial knowledge, elite individuals legitimized their position and created tangible symbols of continuity and order. In this sense, the Golden Man represents not merely an individual but a societal system in which material culture, spiritual belief, and political authority were intricately interwoven. Archaeological research has revealed that the Golden Man was part of a broader pattern of elite burials across the Eurasian steppe, including the Pazyryk kurgans of Siberia, which feature remarkably preserved mummies, textiles, and horse burials. These sites share similar artistic motifs, construction techniques, and ritual practices, indicating a shared cultural framework across vast distances. This suggests a network of communication, trade, and shared symbolic systems among nomadic groups, reflecting both adaptability and cultural cohesion. The ability to maintain such traditions while remaining mobile demonstrates a level of social sophistication that challenges modern assumptions about the capabilities and priorities of nomadic societies. The discovery of the Golden Man also raises questions about the spiritual and cosmological beliefs of the Saka and Scythians. The care taken in constructing the tomb, the inclusion of elaborate regalia, and the symbolic motifs indicate a belief in an afterlife in which status, power, and protection continued beyond death. Ritual practices associated with burial, including animal sacrifices and placement of ceremonial objects, suggest that these societies engaged in complex religious observances, possibly guided by shamans or priestly elites. The integration of spiritual, political, and artistic expression in burial practices reflects a worldview in which the human, natural, and supernatural realms were inseparably connected, and in which material culture was a medium for negotiating that relationship. The Golden Man also challenges modern conceptions of cultural diffusion and technological development. The metallurgical sophistication, artistic motifs, and ceremonial practices observed in these burials demonstrate that nomadic societies could achieve levels of expertise equal to or exceeding contemporary sedentary civilizations. This realization forces a re-evaluation of linear models of cultural development, emphasizing that innovation and refinement can emerge in diverse environmental and social contexts, including those traditionally viewed as marginal or peripheral. The Eurasian steppe, often perceived as a space of isolation, was instead a vibrant arena for cultural creativity, technological experimentation, and symbolic expression, with the Golden Man serving as a prime example of this complexity. Beyond metallurgy and burial practices, the Golden Man provides insight into the military and strategic aspects of Saka and Scythian society. Weapons found in burial contexts, including bows, arrows, and decorated swords, were not only functional but also symbolic markers of power and status. The prominence of mounted warriors in burial iconography and grave goods highlights the centrality of horseback mobility to both daily life and military strategy. The integration of martial skill, ceremonial expression, and social hierarchy illustrates a culture in which military, spiritual, and political elements were deeply intertwined, reflecting a holistic understanding of power and societal cohesion. Preservation of the Golden Man and related burial sites presents both opportunities and challenges for modern scholarship. The extreme climates of the Eurasian steppe, combined with human interference and looting, threaten the integrity of these sites. Yet careful archaeological methods have allowed researchers to uncover unprecedented detail regarding clothing, weapons, ornaments, and ritual practices. Organic materials, including textiles and wooden artifacts, have been recovered in remarkable condition, offering a window into the daily life, ceremonial practices, and material culture of these nomadic elites. These discoveries provide not only tangible evidence of technological and artistic sophistication but also insight into the social and spiritual frameworks that guided Saka and Scythian life. Ultimately, the Golden Man burials stand as enduring symbols of human creativity, ingenuity, and the capacity for complex social, spiritual, and technological expression. They reveal a nomadic society that was far from simple or primitive, capable of producing monumental art, sophisticated metallurgy, and intricate ceremonial systems. The Golden Man embodies a civilization in which mobility, power, and spirituality were seamlessly integrated, producing cultural artifacts of extraordinary beauty, technical sophistication, and symbolic depth. These burials challenge modern preconceptions, reminding us that the human capacity for innovation, artistry, and societal complexity transcends environmental constraints and lifestyle patterns, manifesting in even the most unexpected corners of the ancient world. In contemplating the Golden Man, one cannot help but be struck by the audacity, skill, and vision required to create such enduring expressions of power and spirituality. Every hammered gold plate, every meticulously crafted ornament, every symbol etched into the regalia tells a story of a society capable of blending artistry, engineering, and ritual into objects that communicate status, cosmology, and human aspiration across millennia. The Golden Man is more than a burial, it is a testament to the ingenuity, sophistication, and enduring legacy of the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, a civilization that, despite its mobility and distance from sedentary centers, achieved monumental expression and left a legacy that continues to captivate, challenge, and inspire modern imagination. In the remote mountains of southern Turkey, where rugged peaks and deep valleys carve the landscape, lies one of the most perplexing and enigmatic archaeological sites in the world, Göbekli Tepe. This monumental complex, dating back to approximately 9600 BCE, predates Stonehenge by some 6,000 years and challenges conventional narratives of human civilization, religion, and social organization. Carved from massive limestone pillars arranged in circular and oval enclosures, Göbekli Tepe is widely recognized as the world's oldest known temple complex. Its discovery has forced archaeologists, historians, and anthropologists to rethink the origins of organized religion, monumental architecture, and sedentary life, raising profound questions about what humans were capable of long before the rise of agriculture and the emergence of cities. Unlike any other site from this period, Göbekli Tepe suggests that spiritual and communal aspirations may have driven the development of complex social structures, rather than the reverse. The scale and sophistication of Göbekli Tepe are staggering. The site contains dozens of circular and oval enclosures, some reaching up to 20 meters in diameter, constructed with massive T-shaped limestone pillars weighing up to 20 tons each. These pillars are not merely functional, they are adorned with intricate carvings of animals, abstract symbols, and humanoid forms, depicting creatures such as snakes, scorpions, lions, and birds in highly stylized forms. The precision of the carvings and the careful arrangement of the pillars demonstrate an extraordinary level of artistic skill, planning, and labor organization for a society that, according to conventional understanding, had not yet developed permanent settlements or sophisticated agricultural systems. The very existence of Göbekli Tepe overturns long-held assumptions that large-scale construction and monumental art are products of urbanized, agrarian societies, instead suggesting that spiritual and communal motivations may have catalyzed human cooperation and technological innovation. One of the most striking features of Göbekli Tepe is the symbolic and possibly ritualistic nature of its carvings. Animals depicted on the pillars often carry spiritual or cosmological significance, indicating that the site was likely a sacred landscape imbued with meaning and purpose. The carvings include predatory animals alongside herbivores, mythical hybrids, and abstract motifs that may represent cosmological concepts or societal beliefs. Scholars suggest that these images were not merely decorative but conveyed narratives, spiritual symbolism, or mythological frameworks, serving as a medium through which the people of Göbekli Tepe could articulate their understanding of the natural and supernatural worlds. The prevalence of predatory animals, in particular, may reflect beliefs surrounding power, death, or protection, hinting at a complex spiritual cosmology that predates known religious systems by millennia. The arrangement of the pillars within circular enclosures is equally compelling. Many of the pillars are arranged in pairs or aligned along central axes, often facing inward toward a central space that may have served as a ceremonial or communal focal point. The geometric precision of these enclosures, combined with the symbolic carvings, suggests that Göbekli Tepe functioned as a stage for ritual activity, social gatherings, and perhaps astronomical observation. Some researchers hypothesize that the alignment of certain enclosures corresponds with celestial events, such as solstices or the rising of specific stars, indicating an early integration of cosmology with ritual practice. This interplay between architecture, symbolism, and astronomical awareness reveals a level of abstract thinking and observational skill previously thought impossible for hunter-gatherer societies of the pre-Neolithic period. The labor and organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe are equally extraordinary. Transporting, shaping, and erecting massive limestone pillars without the benefit of metal tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals required extensive human coordination, technical ingenuity, and social cohesion. Estimates suggest that dozens, if not hundreds, of people would have worked in unison over extended periods to carve and position the pillars, manage quarrying and transportation, and maintain the site. This implies that early hunter-gatherer communities possessed social structures capable of organizing large-scale labor for non-subsistence purposes, challenging the traditional view that monumental construction is the product of urbanized, agricultural societies. The very existence of Göbekli Tepe suggests that spiritual or ceremonial motivations may have preceded, rather than followed, the development of settled agricultural life. Excavations at Göbekli Tepe have also revealed significant evidence about the daily lives, diet, and technology of its builders. While there is no indication of permanent settlements on the hilltop itself, nearby sites suggest that the people were semi-nomadic hunter-gatherers, relying on wild grains, hunted animals, and gathered plants. Flint tools, including finely crafted blades and chisels, indicate advanced lithic technology, while evidence of fire pits and rudimentary structures points to organized communal activity. The contrast between the sophistication of the monumental architecture and the simplicity of subsistence strategies raises profound questions about human motivation. Why invest immense energy and resources in constructing monumental temples when survival was still dependent on hunting and foraging? One compelling answer is that spiritual and social cohesion provided a unifying purpose, facilitating cooperation and the transmission of knowledge, skills, and cultural values across generations. Göbekli Tepe also challenges assumptions about the origins of religion and social hierarchy. Traditional theories suggest that complex spiritual systems emerged after the establishment of sedentary agriculture and urban centers. Yet the monumental nature of Göbekli Tepe predates agriculture in the region by at least a millennium, suggesting that ritual and religious practice may have been a driving force behind social complexity. The site's massive scale, organized layout, and symbolic richness imply the presence of leaders, planners, and artisans capable of coordinating large groups for specialized labor. In this sense, the spiritual and ritualistic imperatives of Göbekli Tepe may have been the catalyst for the development of social stratification, cooperative labor systems, and eventually the agricultural innovations that sustained more permanent settlements. The carvings on the pillars reveal not only artistic skill but also cognitive complexity. Many of the animals are depicted in highly dynamic, lifelike poses, demonstrating careful observation and an understanding of anatomy and behavior. Some symbols are abstract, suggesting early forms of iconography or proto-writing, while humanoid forms often incorporate stylized features that may encode symbolic or ritual meaning. The combination of naturalistic and abstract imagery indicates that the builders possessed a sophisticated conceptual framework, capable of representing both tangible and intangible aspects of their world. This suggests a culture deeply attuned to the interplay between environment, cosmology, and social life, using art as a medium for communication, instruction, and spiritual expression. Göbekli Tepe's construction also provides insights into early engineering and architectural knowledge. The pillars, some carved from single limestone blocks weighing up to 20 tons, were transported, erected, and stabilized using techniques that remain partially speculative but demonstrate remarkable ingenuity. Evidence suggests that ramps, levers, and coordinated human labor were employed to position the stones with precision, while careful attention to weight distribution and foundation stability ensured the long-term durability of the enclosures. The site's survival for nearly 12,000 years attests to the effectiveness of these methods, indicating that the builders possessed advanced knowledge of material properties, structural integrity, and environmental adaptation. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe has fundamentally reshaped our understanding of the timeline of human civilization. Prior to its excavation, the conventional narrative posited that agriculture led to permanent settlements, which in turn led to social complexity and monumental architecture. Göbekli Tepe suggests the reverse, that complex social structures, spiritual motivation, and large-scale communal projects may have preceded agriculture, potentially even catalyzing the shift towards settled life. This realization has profound implications for how we understand the origins of human society, challenging the notion that technological innovation alone drives cultural advancement. Instead, Göbekli Tepe demonstrates that symbolic thinking, communal cooperation, and spiritual aspiration may have been central to the emergence of civilization itself. The site's abandonment and subsequent burial add another layer of mystery. Around 8000 BCE, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately filled with soil, effectively burying the monumental enclosures and preserving them for millennia. The reasons for this intentional burial remain unknown, though theories range from ritual closure and societal transformation to environmental or practical considerations. The deliberate act suggests a complex understanding of cultural memory, reverence, and long-term planning, reinforcing the idea that the builders of Göbekli Tepe were capable of highly abstract thought and symbolic action. Today, Göbekli Tepe continues to challenge archaeologists, historians, and the public alike. Its scale, precision, artistry, and chronological context force a re-evaluation of human potential in the prehistoric era. The site illustrates that even small, ostensibly simple communities were capable of monumental achievement, sophisticated symbolic expression, and the coordination of complex social and technical knowledge. It stands as a testament to the ingenuity, ambition, and spiritual imagination of our earliest ancestors, reminding us that the roots of human civilization may be far older and more extraordinary than previously imagined. In walking among the massive T-shaped pillars, observing the intricate carvings and imagining the labor and planning involved in their construction, one is struck by the magnitude of human vision at Göbekli Tepe. This site is not merely a collection of stones, it is a reflection of early human aspiration, communal cooperation, and the desire to transcend the ordinary through ritual, symbolism, and monumental creation. Its existence compels a re-evaluation of the origins of religion, society, and technology, demonstrating that even in the earliest chapters of human history, people were capable of extraordinary creativity, strategic organization, and spiritual depth. Göbekli Tepe remains one of humanity's most profound mysteries, a sacred landscape carved into stone that continues to captivate, challenge, and inspire awe thousands of years after its creation. In the windswept plains of southern England, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient woodlands, lies one of the most iconic and enigmatic prehistoric sites in the world, Stonehenge. Unlike most archaeological sites that reveal the daily lives of ancient peoples, Stonehenge stands as a monumental testament to human ingenuity, spiritual aspiration, and astronomical knowledge, its purpose still debated over 5 millennia after its initial construction. Built in several phases between 3000 BCE and 2000 BCE, Stonehenge consists of massive standing stones arranged in concentric circles and horseshoe formations, some weighing upwards of 40 tons, transported from distances as far as 150 miles away. The sheer scale of the project, combined with the precision of its construction, suggests a society capable of extraordinary planning, cooperation, and technical skill, all motivated by purposes that continue to elude definitive explanation. Stonehenge's architecture is remarkable not merely for its size but for its complexity and symbolic resonance. The outer circle, composed of sarsen stones, forms a monumental ring over 30 meters in diameter, while the inner horseshoe contains the largest stones, including the famed trilithons, which consist of 2 vertical stones capped by a horizontal lintel. The smaller bluestones, sourced from the Preseli Hills in Wales, were transported hundreds of kilometers, an endeavor requiring meticulous planning, coordination, and an understanding of engineering principles long before the advent of modern tools or vehicles. The effort involved in quarrying, shaping, transporting, and erecting these stones reflects not only technical ingenuity but also social cohesion, suggesting that Stonehenge was a focal point for collective labor, ceremonial life, and communal identity. The alignment and orientation of Stonehenge further highlight its sophisticated integration of astronomy and ritual. The stones are positioned to mark key solar and lunar events, most notably the summer solstice sunrise and winter solstice sunset, creating a deliberate relationship between the monument and celestial cycles. Observers gathering at Stonehenge during these events would have witnessed the sun rising or setting in precise alignment with the stones, transforming the landscape into a stage for communal ritual, spiritual reflection, and cosmic observation. Such alignment demonstrates an advanced understanding of astronomical cycles, seasonal patterns, and the passage of time, revealing that the builders possessed not only technical skill but also profound observational knowledge and a desire to integrate human activity with the rhythms of the cosmos. The purpose of Stonehenge remains one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. Scholars have proposed numerous interpretations, ranging from a temple for solar worship to an astronomical observatory, a site for healing, a burial ground, or a place of political and social unification. Excavations reveal that the surrounding landscape was rich with ceremonial activity, including burial mounds, wooden structures, and ritual pits, indicating that Stonehenge was part of a broader sacred landscape, carefully designed to accommodate a variety of spiritual and social functions. The presence of human remains, particularly cremated burials, suggests that the monument also held funerary significance, intertwining life, death, and cosmic observation in a singularly ambitious and symbolic design. Transporting the stones to the site remains one of the most debated challenges surrounding Stonehenge. The massive sarsen stones, weighing between 20 and 40 tons, were likely quarried locally, yet moving them across rough terrain without wheels or draft animals would have required enormous effort, ingenuity, and cooperation. The bluestones, transported from Wales, present an even greater logistical puzzle, involving distances of over 150 miles. Hypotheses include sledges, rollers, waterways, and complex overland transport techniques, all requiring precise coordination and leadership. These feats of engineering and human organization underscore the societal capacity for large-scale cooperative labor, strategic planning, and the mobilization of human and natural resources in service of spiritual, social, or astronomical objectives. Stonehenge's construction also reflects a deep understanding of materials, mechanics, and stability. The lintels of the trilithons were shaped to fit precisely atop the vertical stones, secured through mortise and tenon joints, a technique indicating knowledge of weight distribution and mechanical principles. The careful leveling of the foundation and precise alignment of stones over uneven terrain suggest that the builders conducted extensive planning and measurement, possibly using simple surveying tools such as ropes, plumb lines, and sighting instruments. This attention to detail not only ensured structural integrity but also enhanced the visual and symbolic impact of the monument, creating a landscape that was both functionally stable and spiritually resonant. The cultural significance of Stonehenge extends beyond its physical construction. As a ceremonial center, it likely served as a hub for communal gatherings, seasonal festivals, and spiritual observances, bringing together disparate communities across southern Britain. The labor required to build the monument, combined with the precision and symbolism embedded in its design, suggests that Stonehenge functioned as a unifying project, reinforcing social cohesion, shared identity, and collective purpose. By engaging communities in large-scale cooperative labor, the monument became a physical and symbolic expression of societal organization, cultural values, and cosmological understanding. Archaeological evidence surrounding Stonehenge also indicates that it was part of a larger ritual landscape, extending far beyond the stone circle itself. The nearby avenue, a ceremonial pathway lined with ditches and banks, appears to connect Stonehenge with the River Avon, suggesting processional routes and ritual journeys. Burial mounds, henges, and timber circles dot the surrounding plains, indicating that the monument functioned as the focal point of a broader ceremonial complex spanning several kilometers. This integration of landscape, architecture, and ritual practice demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of spatial planning, social psychology, and the symbolic power of coordinated communal spaces. The alignment with solstices and celestial events underscores Stonehenge's role as a cosmological observatory. During the summer solstice, the sun rises directly above the heel stone, casting light into the center of the monument, while during the winter solstice, it sets in alignment with the western trilithons. Such precise astronomical calibration required meticulous observation over many generations, as well as the transmission of knowledge and measurement techniques within the community. The integration of cosmic cycles into the design reflects a worldview in which human existence, agricultural planning, ceremonial life, and the passage of time were inseparably linked, embedding scientific observation within spiritual and social frameworks. Stonehenge's continued allure is amplified by the mystery surrounding its builders and their motivations. Unlike other monumental constructions associated with urban civilizations, Stonehenge was built by a society without cities, metal tools, or a written language, relying instead on stone, timber, and human ingenuity. This challenges assumptions about the prerequisites for complex construction and demonstrates that symbolic, spiritual, and communal imperatives can drive innovation and societal coordination in the absence of advanced technology or centralized governance. Stonehenge serves as a profound testament to human creativity, cooperation, and the capacity to transform the natural landscape into a canvas for spiritual and social expression. The monument's enduring mystery is compounded by the lack of direct historical records. All interpretations rely on archaeological evidence, environmental context, and comparative ethnography, leaving room for multiple, sometimes conflicting hypotheses. Some propose that Stonehenge functioned as a temple for solar worship, a center for rituals related to fertility, or even a healing sanctuary drawing visitors from afar. Others emphasize its role in social cohesion, arguing that the construction and maintenance of the monument created shared purpose and reinforced hierarchical structures within early British societies. Regardless of the specific function, Stonehenge undeniably served as a focal point for human activity, reflecting the intellectual, spiritual, and social capacities of its builders. Recent research has also revealed that Stonehenge was not a static monument but part of a dynamic landscape shaped and reshaped over centuries. Evidence of timber circles, smaller stone structures, and earthwork suggests that the site evolved in response to changing social, spiritual, and environmental conditions. Each phase of construction, from the earliest henges and pits to the final arrangement of sarsen stones, reflects adaptation, refinement, and sustained communal effort. This long-term engagement indicates that Stonehenge was a living project, continuously imbued with cultural, spiritual, and social significance, rather than a single, isolated construction event. The monument's preservation and global recognition further highlight its extraordinary significance. Despite millennia of weathering, human interference, and environmental change, Stonehenge remains a powerful testament to prehistoric ingenuity, attracting scholars and visitors from around the world. The ongoing study of Stonehenge continues to reveal new insights into Neolithic society, astronomical knowledge, engineering techniques, and ritual practice, reinforcing its status as one of humanity's most remarkable and enduring archaeological achievements. Ultimately, Stonehenge stands as a symbol of human ambition, spiritual aspiration, and the capacity for monumental creation long before the advent of urban civilizations. Its massive stones, precise alignment, and intricate spatial organization reflect a civilization capable of combining engineering skill, astronomical observation, social coordination, and symbolic expression. The monument embodies a vision of humanity in which the natural, celestial, and social worlds are harmoniously integrated, demonstrating that even in prehistoric times, humans were capable of extraordinary creativity, planning, and spiritual depth. Walking among the stones, observing the alignment with the sun, and contemplating the labor and ingenuity involved, one is struck by the enduring power of Stonehenge to inspire awe, curiosity, and wonder, standing as a silent witness to the ingenuity, ambition, and spiritual imagination of our distant ancestors. In the heart of the Nile Valley, where the river's life-giving waters have sustained civilizations for millennia, stands one of humanity's most enduring and enigmatic achievements, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Constructed around 4,500 years ago during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, this colossal structure has captivated scholars, explorers, and the public for centuries, not only for its staggering scale but also for the mysteries surrounding its construction, purpose, and precision. Rising to an original height of approximately 146 meters, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure on Earth for over 3,800 years, its sheer magnitude reflecting both the ambition of the Egyptian state and the sophistication of its engineering and organizational capabilities. Beyond its role as a royal tomb, the pyramid embodies profound insights into mathematics, astronomy, labor management, and spiritual symbolism, demonstrating that the ancient Egyptians possessed a level of technological and intellectual mastery that continues to astonish modern observers. The architecture of the Great Pyramid is a marvel of precision and design. Constructed from an estimated 2.3 million limestone and granite blocks, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons, the pyramid was built with astonishing accuracy, with its sides aligned almost perfectly to the cardinal points of the compass. The outer casing, now largely gone, was composed of polished Tura limestone, creating a smooth, reflective surface that would have gleamed brilliantly under the Egyptian sun. Inside, a network of passageways, chambers, and shafts reveals an intricate design carefully orchestrated to serve both practical and symbolic functions. The King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, and the Grand Gallery demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of load distribution, acoustics, and ventilation, suggesting that the architects combined empirical observation with ingenious problem-solving to create a structure that was as stable as it was imposing. The construction techniques employed in building the Great Pyramid continue to inspire debate and fascination. Transporting massive stone blocks from distant quarries, precisely cutting and shaping them, and assembling them into a pyramid of unparalleled scale required not only technical knowledge but also an immense workforce and meticulous planning. Recent studies suggest that a combination of ramps, levers, sledges, and water-lubricated pathways may have been used to move and position the stones, yet the exact methods remain speculative. The coordination of labor alone, estimated at tens of thousands of workers, including skilled artisans, engineers, and support personnel, reflects an administrative and organizational sophistication that rivals the largest modern construction projects. This monumental undertaking demonstrates that the Great Pyramid was not simply a tomb but a symbol of state power, communal identity, and human ingenuity. The pyramid's alignment with astronomical phenomena adds yet another layer to its mystery. Scholars have noted that the Great Pyramid's sides correspond closely with the cardinal directions, while certain internal shafts align with stars such as Orion's belt and Sirius. These alignments suggest that the Egyptians possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, possibly linking the pyramid's design to cosmological beliefs, agricultural cycles, and spiritual rituals. The association of Orion with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Sirius with Isis, his consort, indicates that the pyramid may have been conceived as a celestial map, connecting the pharaoh with the stars and the divine. The integration of precise geometry, cosmic alignment, and symbolic meaning demonstrates that the Great Pyramid functioned simultaneously as a tomb, a monument, and a cosmological statement. The sheer scale and precision of the Great Pyramid have prompted countless theories regarding its construction. Some suggest that massive external ramps spiraled around the pyramid, allowing workers to haul stones upward gradually. Others propose internal ramp systems, concealed within the pyramid structure, to explain how blocks could be raised to higher levels without extensive external scaffolding. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that large teams can move heavy stones using simple tools and coordination, yet the exact combination of methods, organization, and innovation employed by the ancient Egyptians remains unknown. This enduring uncertainty fuels both scholarly inquiry and public fascination, as the Great Pyramid continues to defy easy explanation despite millennia of study. The pyramid's internal chambers and passageways reveal remarkable ingenuity and possible ritual significance. The King's Chamber, constructed from massive granite blocks transported from Aswan over 800 kilometers away, is designed with precision to withstand immense structural pressure. The Grand Gallery, a soaring corridor with corbelled walls, demonstrates an understanding of weight distribution and architectural stability that remains impressive even by modern standards. Ventilation shafts, originally thought to be purely symbolic, may have served practical functions, regulating air circulation and maintaining environmental conditions within the chambers. The spatial organization and structural innovation of these internal features underscore the Egyptians' sophisticated engineering knowledge and the integration of practical, symbolic, and ceremonial objectives. Beyond engineering, the Great Pyramid is imbued with profound symbolic meaning. As a royal tomb, it was designed to facilitate the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, reflecting the Egyptians' beliefs in resurrection, divine kingship, and cosmic harmony. The pyramid's shape, rising from a broad base to a pointed apex, symbolically connects the earth to the heavens, embodying the pharaoh's ascent to divine status. Funerary texts, such as the pyramid texts inscribed in later pyramids, reinforce the notion that these structures were intended as instruments for spiritual transformation, guiding the deceased ruler toward immortality. The alignment, geometry, and symbolic design collectively illustrate that the Great Pyramid was not merely a physical structure but a multidimensional construct integrating architecture, spirituality, and cosmology. The construction of the Great Pyramid also reflects a society capable of remarkable social organization. The workforce, likely composed of both permanent artisans and seasonal laborers, was housed, fed, and managed through a sophisticated administrative system. Evidence from worker villages, including bakeries, dormitories, and medical facilities, indicates that the state provided for the laborers' sustenance, health, and coordination. This level of planning suggests that the project was not only a demonstration of pharaonic power but also a vehicle for uniting society, channeling human effort toward a common, monumental goal. The pyramid thus functioned as both a spiritual and social instrument, reinforcing hierarchies while fostering collective identity and pride. The sourcing and transportation of materials add further layers of complexity and ingenuity to the pyramid's construction. Limestone for the casing was quarried locally, while the fine Tura limestone and granite had to be transported from more distant sources, requiring advanced logistical planning. Recent studies suggest that the Egyptians may have used the Nile's seasonal flooding to float massive blocks closer to the construction site, demonstrating a strategic understanding of environmental conditions and natural resources. The ability to integrate local geography, hydrology, and seasonal cycles into construction planning reflects an advanced level of environmental adaptation, engineering intelligence, and problem-solving capacity. The mathematical and geometric sophistication of the Great Pyramid is equally remarkable. Researchers have noted that the pyramid incorporates precise proportions, possibly reflecting knowledge of the Pythagorean theorem, the golden ratio, and pi, although these interpretations remain debated. The base's near-perfect square, the careful leveling of the foundation, and the proportional relationships between height, base, and internal spaces suggest that the Egyptians applied rigorous measurement, planning, and design principles. These geometric considerations indicate not only practical understanding but also a conceptual framework that integrated mathematics, aesthetics, and spiritual symbolism, reflecting a society capable of abstract thought and precise execution. Stone inscriptions, tools, and remnants of workers' camps provide additional insight into the human effort behind the pyramid. Evidence of copper chisels, stone hammers, and wooden sledges indicates that the builders possessed sophisticated technology and techniques for shaping and transporting massive stones. Traces of food, pottery, and personal artifacts reveal the scale and organization of the workforce, offering a glimpse into the daily lives, labor practices, and logistical challenges faced by those who participated in this monumental project. The archaeological record underscores the collaborative nature of the endeavor, highlighting the intersection of human effort, technical innovation, and social coordination required to achieve such a monumental feat. The Great Pyramid's enduring mystery is compounded by unanswered questions regarding its true purpose and potential hidden features. The alignment with cardinal points, internal shafts, and unexplored cavities suggest that the pyramid may have contained additional symbolic, ceremonial, or functional elements that remain undiscovered. Speculation ranges from hidden chambers containing treasures or texts to mechanisms for astronomical observation, yet conclusive evidence remains elusive. This persistent ambiguity continues to inspire research, exploration, and speculation, reinforcing the pyramid's status as one of the most compelling and enigmatic monuments in human history. The cultural and historical significance of the Great Pyramid extends far beyond its construction. As the centerpiece of the Giza Plateau, alongside the pyramids of Khafre and Menkaure, it has influenced architecture, mathematics, astronomy, and art for millennia. Its monumental presence symbolizes the ingenuity, ambition, and spiritual vision of ancient Egypt, inspiring successive generations to contemplate the limits of human capability and the integration of science, religion, and society. The pyramid is not merely a relic of the past but a continuing testament to human aspiration, innovation, and the pursuit of transcendence through architecture and symbolism. Ultimately, the Great Pyramid of Giza embodies the convergence of engineering, astronomy, mathematics, and spiritual symbolism in one of humanity's most extraordinary achievements. Its massive stones, precise alignment, and intricate internal design reflect a civilization capable of harmonizing practical, aesthetic, and spiritual objectives on an unparalleled scale. Walking among its remnants, contemplating the ingenuity, labor, and vision required for its construction, one is struck by the enduring power of the Great Pyramid to inspire awe, curiosity, and wonder. It stands as a testament to the ambition, skill, and intellectual sophistication of ancient Egypt, a monument that continues to challenge our understanding of history, technology, and human potential, bridging the past and present through the enduring language of stone, geometry, and cosmic alignment. Deep within the dense jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, where the humid air carries the whispers of civilizations long vanished, lie the ruins of one of Mesoamerica's most mysterious and sophisticated civilizations, the Maya. Among their many remarkable achievements, it is their construction of massive stepped pyramids, sprawling ceremonial centers, and intricately planned cities that continues to captivate archaeologists and historians alike. Unlike the Egyptians or Mesopotamians, whose monuments often dominate desert landscapes, the Maya integrated their architecture seamlessly into the tropical environment, creating urban landscapes that were at once functional, symbolic, and cosmologically aligned. The city of Palenque, along with other major sites such as Tikal, Copan, and Chichen Itza, offers profound insights into the Maya's technological ingenuity, astronomical knowledge, artistic mastery, and complex socio-political organization, revealing a civilization that, at its peak, was among the most advanced in the pre-Columbian world. The pyramids of the Maya are striking not merely for their size but for the precision, symbolism, and purpose embedded in their construction. These stepped pyramids, often crowned with temples or ceremonial platforms, served as focal points for religious rituals, political authority, and astronomical observation. At Palenque, the Temple of the Inscriptions rises over 20 meters, housing a network of tombs and passages while simultaneously functioning as a celestial marker aligned with solar events. The Maya carefully oriented many of their structures in relation to the Sun, the Moon, Venus, and other celestial bodies, reflecting a profound understanding of astronomy and its integration into daily life, governance, and ritual practice. The alignment of pyramids, plazas, and ball courts suggests that the Maya perceived time and space as interconnected, using architecture to harmonize human activity with cosmic cycles. Equally remarkable is the sophistication of Maya engineering and construction techniques. Unlike the massive stone blocks of Egyptian pyramids, the Maya often employed limestone quarried locally, shaped into precisely fitted blocks that allowed for rapid construction while ensuring structural stability. The foundations of pyramids and temples were reinforced to withstand seismic activity, while complex drainage systems were incorporated to handle seasonal rains and prevent erosion. The precision of their masonry, combined with the scale of urban planning, reflects not only technical expertise but also an ability to mobilize labor, resources, and knowledge across multiple generations. These achievements are especially striking given the Maya's lack of metal tools, relying instead on obsidian, stone, and wooden implements, yet producing cities and monuments of enduring complexity and durability. The Maya were equally advanced in their knowledge of astronomy, and their architectural designs reflect this deep engagement with celestial phenomena. Observatories such as the one at Uxmal and the alignments at El Caracol in Chichen Itza demonstrate that the Maya tracked the movements of the sun, moon, planets, and stars with remarkable precision. This knowledge was not purely scientific, it was deeply entwined with ritual, agriculture, and governance. The cycles of Venus, for instance, were linked to war and ritual events, while solar and lunar observations informed ceremonial calendars and agricultural planning. Monumental architecture served as both a stage for observation and a sacred tool for embedding cosmic order into human society, illustrating the Maya's capacity to merge practical, spiritual, and intellectual objectives in a single cultural expression. The social and political organization of the Maya further underscores their complexity. City-states were ruled by dynastic kings whose authority was reinforced through ritual, monumental architecture, and elaborate art. Palenque, Tikal, and Copan each exhibit evidence of hierarchical governance, with royal palaces, elite tombs, and administrative structures integrated into the urban landscape. Hieroglyphic inscriptions, carved on stelae, altars, and temple walls, recorded political events, dynastic histories, and religious narratives, serving both as propaganda and as a means of preserving cultural memory. These inscriptions reveal a civilization acutely aware of legitimacy, lineage, and divine authority, with rulers positioned as intermediaries between the human and the divine, capable of shaping social cohesion, warfare, and ritual practice. Artistic expression in Maya civilization further illustrates their sophistication and symbolic depth. Elaborate bas-reliefs, stucco carvings, and painted murals depict gods, rulers, rituals, and mythical narratives with extraordinary detail. The Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, for example, features sculpted panels depicting the enthronement of King Pakal and scenes of cosmological significance, blending history, mythology, and religious ideology into a single narrative medium. Art and architecture were inseparable, each reinforcing the other in a culture that understood the power of visual and spatial storytelling. These artistic achievements were not mere decoration but encoded knowledge, belief systems, and political authority, offering insight into the values, priorities, and worldview of the Maya elite. The integration of mathematics, astronomy, and ritual in Maya society is epitomized by their calendar systems. The Maya developed both the Tzolk'in, a 260-day ritual calendar, and the Hab, a 365-day solar calendar, which together formed the calendar round. They also devised the long count, a sophisticated linear system that allowed them to record historical events over millennia. These calendars were closely tied to architectural orientation, ceremonial events, and agricultural cycles, reflecting a society that understood time as both cyclical and linear, sacred and practical. Monumental structures were often designed to mark specific calendrical events, turning the urban landscape into a living, functional calendar that reinforced religious, political, and agricultural rhythms. Maya pyramids and temples also served as tombs for elite rulers, reflecting a culture in which death, divinity, and cosmic order were intimately connected. The tomb of Pakal the Great in the Temple of the Inscriptions is a striking example, with a sarcophagus adorned with elaborate carvings depicting his journey through the underworld and ascent to divine status. Funerary architecture was designed to facilitate spiritual transformation, integrating cosmological symbolism, artistic expression, and ritual practice into a unified experience. These tombs were not isolated structures but integral components of the urban and ceremonial landscape, connecting rulers to both their living subjects and the cosmos. The Maya were also adept at managing their environment to sustain dense urban populations. Despite living in challenging tropical landscapes, they engineered sophisticated water management systems, including reservoirs, canals, and cisterns, to capture and distribute rainfall. Agricultural terraces, raised fields, and the strategic use of swamps and wetlands allowed them to maximize productivity and minimize environmental risk. This combination of environmental adaptation, urban planning, and technological innovation underscores the Maya's ability to harmonize human settlement with ecological constraints, demonstrating a level of ingenuity and foresight that parallels their architectural and astronomical achievements. Religious practice was central to Maya life, permeating every aspect of society from governance to warfare. Rituals, offerings, and ceremonies were performed to honor gods, ancestors, and cosmic forces, often conducted atop pyramids or within temples, linking human action to celestial cycles. Ball courts, abundant in Maya cities, were not merely recreational spaces but ritual arenas, where athletic performance, sacrifice, and symbolic enactment of mythological narratives intersected. These ceremonial practices reinforced social hierarchy, political authority, and cosmic order, illustrating the profound interconnectedness of religion, politics, and daily life in Maya society. The collapse of Maya civilization, while complex and multifaceted, adds further intrigue to their achievements. Many of the great cities were abandoned around the 9th century CE, yet the reasons remain debated, encompassing environmental degradation, drought, warfare, social unrest, and political fragmentation. The sudden decline of monumental construction, urban planning, and centralized governance contrasts sharply with the sophistication evident in their achievements, highlighting the fragility of even the most advanced societies. Yet, despite these challenges, the Maya maintained continuity in culture, language, and ritual practice, leaving a legacy that endures in contemporary Maya communities across Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. Modern archaeology continues to uncover the depth of Maya sophistication. LiDAR technology has revealed vast networks of previously hidden structures, terraces, and roads, indicating population densities and urban complexity far greater than previously imagined. These discoveries demonstrate that the Maya were capable of large-scale urban planning, intensive agriculture, and coordinated governance across extensive territories, challenging earlier assumptions that they were isolated city-states with limited technological capacity. The evidence of expansive urban networks, integrated with ceremonial, agricultural, and defensive structures, underscores the Maya's capacity for innovation, adaptation, and strategic planning on an unprecedented scale in pre-Columbian history. The intellectual and artistic legacy of the Maya is also preserved in their writing system, one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world. Hieroglyphic inscriptions provide a window into history, politics, religion, and daily life, encoding information about dynastic succession, astronomical observations, and ritual practice. These texts reveal a literate culture capable of abstract thought, historical consciousness, and sophisticated record-keeping, challenging assumptions about the capabilities of pre-modern societies. The integration of writing with monumental architecture and ceremonial practice highlights the Mayas' understanding of communication, symbolism, and social cohesion, demonstrating a holistic approach to cultural expression that combined art, science, and spirituality. Ultimately, the Maya civilization represents a pinnacle of human achievement in pre-Columbian history, blending engineering, architecture, astronomy, mathematics, art, and social organization into a coherent and enduring cultural system. Their cities, pyramids, and ceremonial centers reflect a civilization capable of harmonizing practical needs with spiritual and cosmic aspirations, creating urban landscapes that were simultaneously functional, symbolic, and profoundly beautiful. The enduring mystery of their achievements, combined with the challenges of their environmental and social context, underscores the ingenuity, adaptability, and vision of the Maya people, offering a powerful testament to the capabilities of human civilization long before European contact. Walking through the ruins of Palenque, Tikal, or Chichen Itza, one cannot help but be awed by the scale, precision, and symbolic richness of Maya achievements. From the soaring stepped pyramids to the intricately carved stelae, the Maya left a legacy that integrates architecture, astronomy, mathematics, art, and ritual into a cohesive and inspiring cultural landscape. Their achievements remind us that human creativity, innovation, and aspiration are not bound by technology alone but are profoundly shaped by imagination, observation, and a desire to harmonize human life with the cosmos. The Maya civilization endures not only as an archaeological marvel but as a timeless testament to the capacity of humans to understand, shape, and celebrate their world with extraordinary sophistication and vision. High in the Andes Mountains, where jagged peaks rise above clouds and valleys descend into seemingly endless canyons, lies one of the most mysterious and extraordinary remnants of pre-Columbian civilization, Machu Picchu. Perched at an altitude of over 2,400 meters, this sprawling citadel of stone terraces, temples, and ceremonial plazas has captivated the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and travelers alike since its rediscovery by Hiram Bingham in 1911. Unlike many other ancient sites, Machu Picchu combines breathtaking natural beauty with unparalleled architectural sophistication, engineering ingenuity, and spiritual significance, revealing the Inca civilization's capacity for harmonizing human construction with the natural environment. Built during the 15th century, Machu Picchu was likely constructed under the reign of Pachacuti, one of the most influential Inca emperors, yet its precise function, whether as a royal estate, ceremonial center, astronomical observatory, or a combination thereof, remains a subject of ongoing debate, adding to its enduring mystique. The city's architecture is immediately striking, not only for its scale but for the precision and harmony with the surrounding landscape. Machu Picchu consists of approximately 200 structures organized into urban, agricultural, and ceremonial sectors, all connected by a network of stone pathways, terraces, and stairways. The stonework, executed in the classic Inca ashlar technique, features massive granite blocks cut and fitted with such precision that even a knife blade cannot slide between them. This method of construction allowed the structures to withstand frequent seismic activity, a testament to the Incas' sophisticated understanding of engineering, geology, and durability. The terraces themselves are not merely functional, they prevent erosion, manage rainfall, and create microclimates for agriculture, demonstrating an integration of practical agricultural knowledge with environmental stewardship. One of the most remarkable aspects of Machu Picchu is its spatial and ceremonial organization. The site is divided into sectors that correspond to administrative, residential, and sacred functions, suggesting careful planning and hierarchical structuring. Central plazas and temple complexes, such as the Temple of the Sun and the Intihuatana stone, indicate the importance of ritual, cosmology, and astronomical observation in Inca society. The Intihuatana, often called the hitching post of the sun, is aligned to capture the sun's zenith during solstices, reflecting the Incas' sophisticated astronomical knowledge and the integration of celestial observation with spiritual practice. The interplay between urban layout, ceremonial spaces, and natural features such as mountains and rivers underscores the Inca conception of harmony between human activity and the sacred landscape. The construction of Machu Picchu exemplifies remarkable technical skill, particularly in the face of challenging terrain. The site occupies a narrow ridge flanked by steep slopes and ravines, yet the Inca succeeded in creating level platforms, stable foundations, and precise drainage systems. Complex networks of channels and conduits manage rainfall and runoff, preventing flooding and landslides, while retaining walls stabilize terraces and create arable land. The ability to manipulate such a challenging landscape for urban, agricultural, and ceremonial purposes demonstrates not only engineering ingenuity but also an intimate understanding of local geology, hydrology, and environmental adaptation. These achievements reflect a civilization capable of integrating architectural, agricultural, and spiritual objectives into a single cohesive plan. Astronomical observation played a central role in the design and function of Machu Picchu. The Temple of the Sun, for example, is aligned with the summer solstice sunrise, allowing sunlight to illuminate a specific niche within the structure. Similarly, the Intihuatana stone's placement indicates precise alignment with solar events, serving both as a ritual object and a tool for calendrical observation. These alignments reveal the Incas' profound understanding of solar and celestial cycles and their integration of this knowledge into religious, agricultural, and political life. Machu Picchu thus functioned not only as a living space but as a monumental observatory, harmonizing human activity with cosmic rhythms and reinforcing the Incas' role as intermediaries between the earth and the heavens. The symbolic and ceremonial significance of Machu Picchu is further amplified by its integration with the surrounding mountains, known as Apis, considered sacred by the Inca. Peaks such as Huayna Picchu and Machu Picchu mountains serve as natural markers, framing the city and enhancing its spiritual resonance. Temples, plazas, and terraces are oriented to interact with these peaks, suggesting that the site was designed to channel spiritual energy, reinforce cosmological principles, and create a sense of sacred geography. This relationship between constructed space and natural landscape reflects a worldview in which human, environmental, and spiritual realms are deeply interconnected, demonstrating the Incas' holistic approach to urban planning, ritual practice, and environmental integration.